And hey, everybody, welcome back. I have returned after a nice little break. We are currently going to be in our B group here, so going to be playing game two of Group B here in momentarily. Just to recap a little bit what we saw earlier today, apparently Mike Kessling took down Group A, and we're back into Group B with hopefully without a hitch. But we'll see what we got going on. A lot of good games going on. Group B is in preparation to play, and I'm about to be streaming the much anticipated match between Joe Olson, our last two world champions, and Brad Reinhold, the guy who knocked him out of the Indoor Grand Prix. Brad again came in second to the Indoor Grand Prix to Jeff Levine. Both of them are teammates, so it was kind of nice and everything to see that they both played really well. And again, Joe came in, I want to say fourth. So again, pretty solid showing from all the players. But here we go, Joe and Brad Reinhold in a. Hopefully, it's going to be an exciting match. We'll have yet to see. Joe is going to be playing on light side, and Brad is playing on dark side. And it's going to be Yoda Communing versus Set Your Course for Alderaan. So Brad pulling out the deck that he did well with on day 2 at Endor, and Joe going with a deck that it's a lot of people have decided they wanted to play, Yoda Communing. And here we go. Okay. Joe going with Sitor Cal Fast, We're Leaving, and Walkling. Brad going with your standard Sit Your Course for Alderaan tech. Effective Demonstration, A Million Voices Crying Out, and Quat Drive Yards. Here we go. Joe got we got the Grand Army, pulling out either the battle planes or Boss Nash Chamber. Also, earlier today, gave away some Dragon Shields. So, and if you're interested in getting some more Dragon Shields today, make sure you're watching because I'll be giving away a set of Lime Shields as well. Okay, Brad pulls out his epic event, the Commence Primary Ignition. Joe gets his grabber. Let's see if he's going to pull Aim High. If you're on, if you're on the Slack channel, you'll notice that Joe's avatar is Aim High. So, you're welcome, Jaron. I love that you played it. I wish I would have gotten more of it. So it looked like it was a fun deck. Definitely gonna have to try it out myself. Okay, Brad getting out Jada with his Quad Drive Yards. Again, I will be bouncing around today, checking out some of the other decks that are currently being played. Just looking at some of the decks that are currently being played, we have Shadow Collective versus Mind What You Have Learned. Somebody's playing Mind What You Have Learned. I love it. Joker King playing Map, Hitco, Old Allies, Watto, Skywalker Saga, Route Ops, Communing, Yoda, another Yoda Communing variant. Skywalker Saga, Anakin, Yoda Communing, just said that. Invasion and No Idea. That sounds fun. CCT and WAP. No Idea. And Coruscant, The Works SSAV. I'm not sure what that deck is, but that's Matt Kuruli. WAP, 2 WAPs. Bring them before me. And then Skywalker Saga Luke and Coruscant CRV with Tom Struthers. Ooh, Tom playing his Destiny 9 funness. So... Okay, so that is all that Brad got out. He did get out the war room, so he got out some activation. Joe as well. He's got his 3PO already. It looks like he's utilizing 3PO. Don't expect Joe to do much this turn. Justin Kuruli is playing Mind What You Have Learned. Okay, so I will say, so now that I have returned, let's go ahead and give away a token. Let's see, what's a fun card? What's a fun card? Let's do Best Star Pilot in the Galaxy. That new card that makes the Skywalker Saga epic event a lot better. Best Star Pilot in the Galaxy. If you're interested in the sticker program, make sure that you please token. I am tokening a Best Star Pilot in the Galaxy, so can't wait to get a foil one of those myself. So Joe does draw. He draws 12 cards. He's got no force saved up. Brad goes ahead and gets the Death Star 2 reactor, or the Death Star reactor terminal. And there's Coruscant and now Hutta. There's the terminal. So if you're interested in the sticker program, please make sure that you get send over an email with the Best Star Pilot in the Galaxy as the token. And because Jaron really wants to see it, let's go ahead and pull up the Mind What You Have Learned that is currently being played. Like, that's just cool. So, the Mind What You Have Learned again is Mind What You Have Learned with Pod Racer. Interesting. So he is playing against the Shadow Collective. Yoda and daughter are already on the table. Yarna's on the table as well as his starting effect. So, and he's got Anakin's Pod Racer with, it looks like he's got a Captain Hera already stacked there. So, interesting little build from what I can see. If Bashu's doing it, it's either really, really good or really, really weird. But definitely a interesting little deck decision. So, okay, BB-8 does go to the lost pile here due to You'll Be Dead. But we'll check up. We'll definitely have to check up on that game here in a little bit. As Brad throws down a lone TIE interceptor, Joe goes for the insane beatdown, but Brad does have the barrier there. Again, another deck that I really am going to keep an eye on is this fun little the Coruscant CRV deck. So if you haven't seen that deck being played by Tom Struther, you're missing something. It starts an entire legion of my best troops, drop, and security precautions, and he just runs a bunch of R-Sings blaster rifles. It's super solid for and so yeah, super solid little deck there, and glad to see that he is playing it today. Looks like Justin Branch is streaming that game, so we'll head ahead and pop out of it. And we'll go back to our main game. So Joe came down with Ray and then drew up. So let's see what Brad is going to do here. Okay, there is the commence primary ignition going to go and blow up Alderaan. Draws a 1. Uh-oh, that might not do it. I want to say that is a miss. But he has the TIE Sentry ship, so he can take the Thunderflare into his hand and redraw. He redraws into a 4. That is a hit. Yeah, it's an insane little deck. And Joe is asking for a total. I want to say it's 11. Brad is commenting that his total is 11, so this should be a big boom. And he says he needs 9, so he's definitely over. And Joe is going to lose some cards. So Alderaan is blown away. Joe losing Blaster Deflection. Run, Luke, Run, and Padme. The binder comes down. Brad will not retrieve there. Now, I know Brad does like to play. Okay, there's Krennic, the Death Star Commandant. Ray takes a card into Joe's hands. Once per turn, if the Death Star is opening a battleground, you can peek at the top 2 cards. Once per game, they pull a non-unique Star Destroyer. General Veer is coming down onto the binder as well, and there's lateral damage. So Brad is loading up on power in favor to go after this Falcon. Again, this is his 3rd turn. Joe going to cycle back a 5. Currently sitting at 13-0 in favor of Brad. Really quick before we go into the battle, another person is running a similar Coruscant SSA deck. Matt Kuruli is playing the same similar type of a deck. However, he starts the Coruscant the Works, so interesting to see that. Lord Sidious and Maul are both on the table. He's facing down David Woods, so interesting to see this little deck. Okay, let's go back to our main game. There's the homing beacon targeting the Falcon. And we have a fight. TIE Interceptor, General Veers, and Krennic on the binder versus the Falcon with Rey. Joe draws a 6 for total power, upping his power to 6, so he's currently down by 7. Brad draws a 4, bringing his total up to 17. Again, all of Joe's Battle Destiny everywhere are going to be -1 here, so Joe draws a 4. It is going to be a 3. Or no, it's going to be a 4 because of Rey. Joe down by 7. Joe has immunity there. However, again, like I said, he is currently down by 7 in power. Expect to see Rey go to the lost pile here. Veers goes to the lost pile for Brad. Yep. Rey goes to the Lost Pile. Veers goes to the Lost Pile. And that's it. Checking out some of the other decks that are being played right now. Let's see. Bill is playing his No Idea deck that he played throughout his nice little run. And we do have an Agents of Black Sun versus Watch Your Step. I'm not going to click on that because apparently that's part of the issue that was happening this morning. But let's go check out this WAP versus Bring Him Before Me match. Good to see WAP being played. Again, WAP does have some issues with Maul V, or just Maul. Or if you're stylish, you play Bat Maul. And it looks like we do have a fight. Qui-Gon, we have Qui-Gon versus Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith. Already our WAP player has 9 cards in Lost Pile, whereas our Bring It Before Me player has 4 cards in Lost Pile. Both players have their shield or have their weapon shields out, and Myth Lore. Oh, who is that? Let's see. Checking out really quick, seeing who our player is. Ben versus Al. Ben has Obi-Wan and Anakin all at the throne room now. Qui-Gon's going to attempt to fire the lightsaber at Vader. Draws a 0. And a 4. Currently looking at our feature game. Joe has deployed Anakin onto the Falcon and Rey to the Death Star docking bay. Vader attempts to fire his lightsaber at Kenobi, but there's the blaster deflection. Anakin's lightsaber also is deployed onto Rey. Obi-Wan swinging his lightsaber at Vader. Draws a 4 for the first Destiny. Draws a 5. Vader's going to be hit. Joe comes down with Padme onto the Falcon as well. He's going to get a Destiny to attrition, and his battle Destinies are going to be +1. Joe initiates the fight. Al attempts to choke Anakin, and Joe draws a 7 for his Destiny to Power, bringing his total up to 7. There's a Destiny of 4. It is going to be a 4 because, again, Anakin does add 1, but the effective demonstration subtracts 1. And Brad draws a 7 for Battle Destiny. And Joe has a total Destiny to attrition of 1. So Brad will have to sacrifice 4 there, while Joe is going to have to lose 5. Al does add a second Destiny with the Emperor's Power. Ben draws a 5. That became a 6 for Destiny, bringing his total up to 23. Al gets a 4. And a 4. Brad attempts to move to... so Joe goes to move the Falcon over to the Death Star. Brad does play Gravity Shadow. It goes, he misses by drawing a 1. Joe moves the Falcon over to the Death Star successfully and goes to cancel lateral damage, but he also draws a 1. Vader and Anakin leave the table, and a lot of force on top of that as well for Al. That hurts. So well, let's go back to our main game, watching, let's see what Brad is going to do. Again, our token for this match is the best star pilot in the galaxy. So make sure you get those submitted over to holotheater at starwarsccg.org, again, in the sticker program. Okay, we know that Brad did have the Thunderflare in his hand as he took it into his hand with TIE Century ship to cancel a redraw from his Epic Event Destiny. So the Thunderflare comes down in front of the Falcon at the Death Star. There's a code clearance shield from Brad. He doesn't have a grabber out yet. And let's see, the Death Star Super Laser can only target capital ships. There's his grabber. So the Super Laser target the Falcon here. Brad did pay to retrieve once deploying the Thunderflare. He's got 4 more force to work with. He goes into his move phase, so Joe gets a second chance at getting rid of the lateral damage. He does. And lateral damage goes to the loss pile for Brad. Let's go ahead and check in on another WAP game as Mike Pistone is facing Truman Brody Boyd in a CCT versus WAP match. Truman is flipped, while Mike is also flipped. But the big difference here is Mike is going to be retrieving 2 force a turn while dealing 5 points of damage. Truman is doing some damage himself, but again, 5 points of damage for Mike is nothing to seize at. As like I said, while he is retrieving. It is at the end. It is the start of Truman's turn, so let's see what he can do. He is only getting 10 force, so not a lot to do with. So he doesn't have a lot that he can do. So he is going to be able to do 2 points of damage with the 7th side of his objective. So we'll see what he can do. Also, if you have been keeping tabs of the best image of the virtual cards, I am about to announce the winner of that bracket. Okay, so the winner of the Star Wars CCG Best Virtual Card Image Challenge with one moment. Okay. Okay, and the winner of the Star Wars CCG Best Virtual Card Image Challenge is On the Verge of Greatness, taking control of the weapon with 65 votes. Darth Vader, Betrayer of the Jedi, had 23 votes, so congrats to On the Verge for winning that contest. On the Verge of Greatness survives the 64 card bracket to come out as the victor with the votes of 65 to 20. What was it? 23? Yeah, 20. Only 23 votes for Vader. That makes me sad. But I guess Verge was too strong in the end. Okay, Joe he comes down with Qui-Gon with Saber, and he is going to initiate a fight against the Thunder Flare. Brad will attempt to react, but the Oda Nestler combo that Joe has says otherwise. Brad grabs that Oda Nestler combo. Draws a 4 to Destiny to power. Okay, so as I was posting that, so again, Brad went to react over with the binder. However, Joe had the Oda Nestler combo. Joe drew a Destiny of 4 to power and drew a Destiny of 4 for Battle Destiny. Brad drew 6. So they tied on battle, and both ships were immune to attrition. So nothing happened. Joe did run away over to Coruscant to live to fight another day. Now, Joe at this point does have Qui-Gon with Saber, Rey with Saber, and Luke with Saber on the table. So he is satisfying ultimatum. And if Brad wants to drain, it will only be drains of 2. Checking in back into this Mike Pistone versus Truman game. Mike is loading up against the throne room. He deploys Dr. E, Dengar, Orsing, and Lady Proxima all to the throne room in front of Queen Amidala, Captain Rex, and General Kenobi. So Mike is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at that throne room. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, so again, what I just said. It is back over to Truman's turn, so let's see if he's going to do anything against that. We have a little bit of an issue. So back into our feature game. Brad goes and drains. And because battle plan or battle order are not on the table, Joe misses it, and he asks for a revert. Joe's asking, wait, sorry, I thought battle plan was out. Can I revert? For some reason, I thought clo clearance was battle plan. Brad responds, I didn't drain turn 1. You can do it for the second drain, though. What do you mean you didn't drain turn 1? Uh-oh, we got some confusion between our players. Brad is saying he could have drained for free last turn, but didn't realize battle plan wasn't out. So both players didn't realize that battle order or battle plan weren't out. They both just realized that, oh, it's not out. I can't. So interesting. But again, so Joe's saying he wants to pull it to correct it, and Brad will allow for the. Looks like Brad is going to allow for the revert, but He has to. Joe didn't revert back enough. He has to revert into the activate phase. Joe. Okay. Joe realizing he didn't activate far back enough, so good on them. We do have a fight in the Mike versus Truman game. And it looks like we do have a nice little fight there. Truman initiated against Mike, so attempting to get Dr. E off the table. Or Singh's going to attempt to, Or Singh's going to attempt to shoot Queen Amidala, but that is a miss. As she adds 2 to the defense value of all your Republic characters there. Dr. E is hit. General Kenobi's going to attempt to swing at Lady Proxima. Joe does play his battle plan, so now everything's happy and good in Joe and Brad's game. Lightsaber proficiency and the Arc 7170 Starfighter are drawn for Destiny. Proxima is hit, and forfeit is 0. So Rex hit Dr. E. Obi-Wan hit Lady Proxima, and Mike is going to attempt to shoot Amidala again. Again, he needs to draw a 6 or higher at this point to hit her. However, back into our main game, and you can see this right now. Brad deploys Darth Maul with double-bladed lightsaber in front of Rey and the Vengeance to the Death Star. He does not retrieve, but it does look like he's going to attempt to fight Rey off the table. Again, Mike cannot hit anyone, while Truman is slicing and dicing his way through all those battles. In our feature game, Brad initiates with Maul against Rey. And he draws a 7. I think at this point, if you knew what your destinies were, you should have been able to swing at Qui-Gon or even Luke. Get one of those two off the table. So at least then you can get ultimatum unsatisfied. But I guess there's a reason why Brad went with what he is doing. Draws a 5 for Destiny and a 4. So both characters are hit there. Brad draws Mike draws enough to get rid of Rex, and Truman draws enough to get rid of multiple characters there. So let's go back to our feature game. Brad is slicing and dicing his way through Rey again. She is double hit. I guess that means that her forfeit is now double reduced down to 0. Brad draws a 6 for Battle Destiny, but Joe is going to reduce it by 1, so it becomes a 5. Joe draws a 3 that is going to become a 3. I'm trying. Okay, and because... So, Joe is losing cards in Overflow here. He lost Leia. They're tracking us. Speak with the Jedi Council, and Wisa got a Grand Army, as well as a copy of Master Luke. There goes Rey, and the site is now clear. Okay, let's go check on some of the other games that we got going on right now. Let's go check on that Mind What You Have Learned game, that Justin Kuruli Mind What You Have Learned deck. We go into that game mid-fight as General Kenobi is facing down Hondo Inaka and Aura Singh. Looks like BRB, who is Brett Bailey. I'm guessing Joe forgot. Like, Joe's been forgetting a little bit of stuff this game, so we'll see what happens. Let's see. In that game, like I said, Brett initiated a fight against Obi-Wan at the West Gallery. That's also a good point. Joe initiates a drain of 2 at the Death Star docking bay. Brad loses Blizzard 8 and the Death Squadron assignments. He initiates a drain at the battle planes. There goes a Tyrant and a Black Sun fleet from Brad Tan, or from his deck. Ooh, Brett goes into battle. Draws a 7 and a 6 for Battle Destiny. See, hope that Justin Kuruli has a Hojix in his hand, or this game's going to be over too. Mace Windu joins Qui-Gon at the docking bay. Justin draws a 3. He can add here, though, so it should be a 4. Yep, he is going to add, make it a 4. So he is going to be down by, I believe, 2 there. Yep, as Obi-Wan has a forfeit value of 9, so he is only going to be down by 2. Oh, no, he's going to be down by 3 as Maul subtracts 1 from that 4 to make it back down to a 3. Leia hops onto the Falcon with Anakin Skywalker, Han, and Chewie. This just in, Mike Kessling, even though he has emerged victorious out of the Group A, has said that it's unlikely he can play his the championship match in the next 3 days, as he has family in town and he's going to Vegas. And Joe does not battle. So we go into Brad's turn. So let's see what Brad's going to do about those characters on the table, as well as that Falcon. Let's go back to our main game. Check out what's going on with there. We'll definitely check out about that Mind What You Have Learned deck as well. In the meantime, let's go check out a former... nope, yes, that game is being streamed. Let's go check out Kyle Krueger versus Steven Scorlock. So we have a Watto versus Old Allies game on our secondary game. And however, on our feature match, Brad deploys a bright center to the universe. Deploy on the Death Star system or Coruscant system. Target another system at locations related to target system. Opponent's drain modifiers are canceled. So, with that, Brad essentially cancels the drain bonus from the lightsaber. Brad deploys the Steadfast and retrieves 3. Moves the Thunder Flare over to now Hutta and will looks like he's going to pass turn. However, looking at this Watto versus Old Allies game, we have 2 Doom stacks over at Tatooine. Tatooine also has the occupation on it, so a lot of interesting things going on over at Tatooine. However, Leia, Rose, and Rey are chilling over at Jakku. So Kyle is able to reduce the occupation damage down to 1, but he is still getting drains of 1 and 1 at Tatooine. Brad altered his deck a lot. You can target the Death Star. So if you put a bright center of the universe on Coruscant, you target the Death Star. Targets are Coruscant and the Death Star. So you deploy it on Coruscant, targeting the Death Star. Yeah, he got the Coruscant system out. I know. Right now, we're doing picture-in-picture, just like Red Zone. That's what I'm doing here, sir. Checking out on our in-live game, our live looking, Kyle initiated a fight with Jyn Erso and Admiral Akbar, the new Admiral Akbar. Nobody is there to back up Watto, so Watto's not getting any Destiny. Kyle is getting Destiny, and he's got other fun stuff that he can do. Kyle draws a 5 for his Battle Destiny, and it is going to go through. So Watto and Forlom are going to go lost. I think Steven spreading himself a little too thin there over on Tatooine. And we have another fight at Tatooine. Kyle getting 4 Destiny. Steven getting 3. In our feature match, Joe initiates some drains, and Brad loses TIE Cannon, BB-9E, commence primary ignition, Colonel Jendon, and Imperial Command. There is the Imp Command from Steven, so now Kyle can only draw 1 Battle Destiny. He does have R2 Brave Little Droid on the Falcon, and it looks like he's got Poe Dameron, Rey, and General Calrissian on there. So no Admirals for himself, so he can't limit Steven to any Destiny. Kyle draws a 2, bringing his total up to 24, but again, Steven's getting 3 Destiny here. There's a 5. I'm assuming that's going to be reduced down to 3. Or it's going to be canceled. So that one is going to be reduced down to 3 with the objective. He's, like I said, he still has R2, Brave Little Droid up there. Steven draws a 4. His total will be now 7. And he draws a 4 as well. So 30 to 24 with 11 attrition up there. back over into our main game. Joe initiates against the Lone Vengeance. Brad will attempt to move a starship over. He's going to move that Steadfast over, making his power 17 to 8. And Joe draws a 6 for Destiny to Power. Joe draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. It becomes a 6, but then it's reduced down to a 5 again. Brad draws a 1. That's not going to do anything for you, Brad. Brad loses the fight, and he's going to have to lose a starship. Brad decides to lose the Steadfast, and Joe will not have to lose anything. Joe still has 14 cards in his force pile, so I'm expecting to see him draw a lot of cards here. He puts a 5 back into his deck as 3PO is already there. He can't pull another card. He can't pull 3PO out if he's already on the table. Yeah. That's the binder, sir. The binder has hyperspeed of 3, so yeah. Being that it's Coruscant, so yeah, the Thunder Flare only has a hyperspeed of 2. I don't like playing the Thunder Flare in there. I agree with you, Jeff. I agree 100%. Glad to see you two today. Also, earlier I announced it. The best star pilot in the galaxy is the current token. So if you're doing that little program, make sure you email me at holotheater@starwarsccg.org, so that way we can get you guys your packs and stuff from that. Really quick, gonna check in on this Bring It Before Me versus Yoda Communing deck. Matt Thornton versus Bentley Boyd. Matt has initiated a fight up in space against a Falcon, and looks like he drew enough to clear the Falcon, while Bentley only draws a 2, and that Star Destroyer is immune. Bentley is going to scoop. Oh no, he doesn't have enough. Yep, but it looks like, yeah, Bentley is frustrated, and looks like he is going to end up scooping that one. So congrats to Matt Thornton on your eventual victory. Let's go back to our main game really quick, and then we'll go see what else is going on. Matt Harrison Trainer is playing against Alex Hedlum in a Rops versus Anakin Skywalker saga game. So we'll go ahead and check on that one really quick. Matt, again, looks like he's got pretty much control of the situation as he took over Polis Moss, and he's got his own system well locked down. However, he is on the 0 side of his objective. And big turn of events here for Brad. Brad throws down much anger in him onto Leia Rebel Princess. Now, he just needs to get Maul and the Sith Infiltrator out and then start pinging himself for 2. And then Joe is going to quickly lose cards. And it does look like Brad has found his TIE cannon. Unfortunately, the Interceptor is stuck right now. I don't think it has the hyperspeed. Yeah, that's the only problem, is it doesn't have the speed because the Thunder Flare's there. And Brad will start drawing. Really quick, let's check on our other game that we haven't covered yet. The Andy Wexton versus John Mcfarland game. Watch Your Step versus Agents of Black Sun. Andy has oh no, sorry. John. Yeah, that's not a great move by Brad. But John currently has the Falcon with Han and Kira at Kessel, doing a Kessel run. However, Andy has pretty much locked down this game with a bunch of characters on Coruscant, and he is currently flipped. So this is not looking good for John. Let's head back over to our main game. Yeah, it looks like Brad has finally assembled the pieces he needs. However, it's not looking good for him because once Joe is able to clear that vengeance, he cancels a bright center to the universe. Joe currently draining for 5 this turn, 2 at the war room, 1 at the docking bay, and 2 at the battle planes. And Joe will initiate against the vengeance. Yep, he can do that. And I think that's what his plan isn't going to take. Joe draws a 5 for Destiny to Power. The binder did react over, so unless Joe draws high here, he does draw a 7. And I believe that's only going to get rid of the vengeance. Brad draws a 6. And Joe is immune. Joe immune, and he does not have to lose anything. So he's not going to lose the Leia. But again, he's not going to lose anything there. So even with all of that, what Brad is doing, he just can't seem to get rid of that pesky little Falcon. Yeah, it's not looking good for Brad. Yeah, if you don't need to lose anything, like, okay, here we go. Drain of 2 at Jada. It can become. It is a drain of 2 because ultimatum is satisfied. Stalker comes down to the Death Star. Brad will retrieve 3. Okay, Brad does pay the... Nope, Brad does not pay the 3 to retrieve. And he moves the Stalker over to Nal Hutta. Now, I'm assuming, yep, the Thunder Flare grabs the TIE Interceptor and will move over to Nal Hutta. No, he moves over to the Death Star. The Death Star is currently sitting at orbiting 2. So, yeah, Brad could have actually reacted. Or, no. Now he can actually react. I'm not sure. I've been bouncing away too much, so I don't know. But now Brad is sitting at an interesting, now Joe is sitting at an interesting spot here. Will he fight with the Falcon and risk losing the TIE cannon? Or will he take 4 from much anger? Joe, again, doing 5 points of damage on his turn. Yeah, I don't think Joe can battle. I think he has to peel the 4. Oh, no, he's going to battle. The Thunder Flare will react. The TIE hops in. And it comes on over. Here we go. This could be the moment of the game. So, if Brad draws high enough to get rid of the Falcon, Joe will no longer have ultimatum in play. Draws a 4. And the Falcon is shot down. Leia goes to the lost pile. The homing beacon goes to the lost pile. Han, Chewie, the Falcon, and Anakin all go to the lost pile. Joe no longer satisfies the ultimatum, so now Brad can start draining for as much as he wants. Joe saying in chat, he did not realize it could embark the way characters can. Joe, learn your rules. You're a 2-time world champion. Walkland goes out of play to retrieve the Falcon. Let's go ahead and check this. Oh, wait, no. Kendall is currently streaming that game, so I'm going to bounce out of it. Let's go ahead and check this. Looks like Matt Harrison Jr. versus Alex game. Again, Matt is playing Rops. Alex is playing Skywalker Saga Anakin version. Anakin is currently sitting over at Ralatier. So Matt is currently still on the 0 side of his objective. Still surprisingly a close game though. In Matt's deploy phase, as we watch Brad Reinhold drain Joe. Now he is able to drain for as much as he wants. Loses Mace Windu's lightsaber, blaster deflection, Jedi levitation. Again, this is a fairly close game. Matt not having to pay to drain, however, Alex does. Again, that's a game we'll come back to here in a little bit. Brad initiates a second drain of 3 at Coruscant. Joe loses neighbor and Lee's, quite a mercenary V, and sorry about the mess and blaster proficiency. Joe down to 11 cards in Life Force, 2 in hand. Brad, 12 cards in Life Force and 3 in hand. The Thunder Flare moves back over to the Death Star. The Stalker moves over to still at Nal Hutta. Brad spreading out a little bit so he can drain some more next turn. Going back to this MHT versus Alex game. Alex decides to throw down Tup by himself against the Blizzard Walker. Draws a... And Tup by himself barely misses the Blizzard 1. Matt cancels Tup's game text. Got to assume that Alex has the Hojix here, or this game's going to be over in favor of Matt. Says he forgot that it was armor +1 there. That hurts. Yeah, he miscalculated. And Joe redeploys Han Chewie and the Falcon. Let's go back to our main game. Draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. Or 4 to his total for power. And draws a 6, bringing his total up to 12. Or, I'm sorry, bringing his total up to 17. I'm sorry. Brad only draws a 1. The Thunder Flare goes down in flames. And the Han Chewie and the Falcon. AJ, not Alex. Okay. It says Alex on the thing that I'm looking at. The Falcon returns like a phoenix to bring down Brad's Thunder Flare. Falcon moves over in front of the Stalker to block that drain. Brad playing Imperial Artillery to do as much damage as he can. He puts a 7 back into his deck. Now, if he can track that 7 around, he could probably get rid of the Falcon again. Currently have 5 games left, including a Kyle Krueger versus Steven game that has just littered with characters. Kyle fighting his way back. He's currently sitting at 9 cards in Life Force. Steven, 10 cards in Life Force and 4 in hand. Over to our feature table. Brad plays Darth Maul with lightsaber in front of Qui-Gon. Joe sitting at 8 minutes left on his timer. Brad sitting at 26 minutes. Yeah, I don't think you want him going there. Like, put him there. No, Brad, you're bad at this. You put him in front of Luke. Oh my God, Brad, you're so bad right now. You get Luke off the table, then you... I'm so disappointed in Brad right now. You go after Luke, and the reason you go after Luke... WG? What is that, Mike? What? What do you mean, what? If you go... Typo. If you go after Luke, you get Joe back off of Ultimatum. I don't agree with the play of putting Maul in front of Mace. Luke is easier to get rid of. And it's a drain of 3 over there. I don't know why Joe didn't drain for 3. Mace gets around... Yeah, that's the only benefit I can think. And Luke's drains for 3, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. He is playing around Edge of the Bureaucrat. No, but I mean, like I said, if you get, that's the only thing is like he's got to be playing around. Sorry about the mess. Joe has one card in hand at this point. Rey coming down onto the Falcon as a reinforcement. Allowing Joe to take a card into hand out of his use pile. So the likelihood of him getting a sorry about the mess there more is a lot bigger now. So yeah, I could see that. I mean, if you're Joe and you're afraid of Enter the Bureaucrat, Brad doesn't have the he doesn't have fanfare on the table. Joe moves the Falcon over in front of the Stalker and moves Mace away from Maul. Now, again, the binder cannot hold the TIE Interceptor here. So Joe doesn't really have to worry about that little TIE Interceptor, as it doesn't have hyperdrive. Brad initiates a drain of 3. That becomes a drain of 2 because of ultimatum. Maul moves over in front of Qui-Gon and Mace. In the next round, I'm going to give out some GEMP AI boosters and some a to-be-determined AI foil slip. We're going to give out 2. So in the next 2 rounds, I'm going to be doing that. Also, we still have to give away a pack of Dragon Shield sleeves to one lucky winner. Going into Joe's turn, he is going to drain for 2 at the battle planes. Again, he is only draining for 2, and there goes the Enter the Bureaucrat from his hand. So Brad loses Enter the Bureaucrat, the card that Joe is so afraid of. Joe initiates a fight against the Stalker and moves the tie with cannon over. I guess the Stalker or the binder can hold stuff. Oh no, he initiated a he moves the Stalker. Okay, interesting. Draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. Again, that's not going to be enough to get rid of that Falcon. Because Yoda's hut is insane. Oh, the binder was there. The Stalker moved. Okay. There goes the Stalker. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be the end of any chances for Brad Reinhold. Possibly. And there's a Gravity Shadow again. But it's not enough. He draws a 1. Brad concedes, and Joe is victorious. So, an insanely good match played by both players. But, wow, what a game. Okay, really quick, let's go ahead and check in on this Kyle Krueger versus Steven Scorlock game. In a mid-fight over on Tatooine, P59 versus General Veers against the Falcon with Admiral Akbar and Poe Dameron. There goes Veers to the lost pile. Again, this is on Kyle's turn. There goes Jyn Erso running away from Boba Fett, Vader, and Watto. Kyle has 8 cards in Life Force, 1 in hand. Steven, 3 cards in hand, 5 in Life Force. So both these players is, again, it's a very tight game. Steven initiates. Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Eric in the chat pointed out from Joe. I confirmed it with Joe. He forgot that he started the Hojix effect. Womp womp. And I confirmed it with Joe. Joe had the sorry about the mess combo. Okay, again, Kyle is reducing a lot of the damage that is being faced on him. Tarkin's bounty goes onto Thrawn there, allowing Steven to pull any cards he wants. Again, it is a deploy, so he is able to. Sebulba hits the table. Sebulba and Thrawn against Jyn Erso, just like in the movies, at Mos Espa. Steven initiates the fight. Draws a 4 for Battle Destiny. Again, that's going to bring his total up to 10. And Kyle draws a 4, bringing his total up to 8. So Jyn is going to go to the lost pile. One of the 2 characters are going to go to the lost pile for Steven. There goes Sebulba. Even though he finishes first in races in our hearts, he goes to the lost pile. Jyn hits the lost pile as well, revealing what Steven has in his hands to Kyle. Steven has 2 cards left in his force pile, so he is going to move Vader in front of the Falcon. And Boba Fett Bounty Hunter goes out of play as he does not have the force to keep him on the table. Kyle activates, draws a card into hand with Rey. And now he's going to be able to start pinging, doing some damage. Drains for 2 at Malsteer. And we have a GG, well played from Steven. So it looks like Kyle Krueger is going to win this game. Yep, we have GGs all around, well plays all around, and it looks, again, Kyle Krueger is going to win this game with a drain of 2 at the Starship Graveyard. So Kyle over Steven in game number 2. We still have 2 more games left. Agents of the Black Sun versus Watch Accept. Let's go ahead and get into that game, as I believe Kendall is still streaming the our other game. The Matt Kuruli versus David Woods game. And in this game, it is Andy versus John. And just by looking at a round, John still has a lot of cards at Kessel, as it doesn't look like he can actually get a Kessel run going. E3PO breaks. He breaks U3PO's cover with Corn Horn. So now he's got a guy on the table. So that's looking pretty good from there. And Andy is going to concede. So John is going to be the winner. So congrats to John on your victory over Andy. And again, we still have one game going on. That is the Matt versus David Woods game. Matt again playing a interesting little SSA start Coruscant deck that just draws nines like it's his job. However, just by looking at it right now, there is a lot of Matt is taking some damage from this no idea deck. And you know what? While we're watching this game, and as well as Kendall's streaming this game, let's go ahead and do our second trivia game, trivia contest for our second pack of Dragon Shields. The question I'll type the question in the chat so that way people know, and they got to send the answer over to Holo Theater. That way I know who enters. Okay, the question is, and how to enter. So you're going to have to enter by emailing it to, I'm just going to type it out for you. Okay, so if you want a chance to win a pack of Dragon Shields, email me the answer to the question. It is, name me all 12 of the original V cards. We just showed them on Holo Theater on Wednesday. There's 12 of them, so I need to know what they are. We talked a little bit about them earlier today. And you know what? They're right here. So I need to know what all 12 of them are. Again, like I did earlier, once you enter, I'm going to put it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then we'll have our winner. And I will say this, if Mr. Kyle Sliznensky, you are not able to enter, sir, because you won some shields earlier. So again, if you want to enter into some Dragon Shields, all you got to do is answer the question I proposed in the chat. Send the answer to holotheater@starwarsccg.org, and then you'll be entered. Okay, and on this game, it looks like we have another fight from Matt. Mara Jade with lightsaber versus a plethora of guys at the beach. Not sure what Matt is thinking here. But we might have a GG from Matt here very soon, as his life force is slowly starting to dwindle, and based on the board state, it's looking pretty good for David. As he's got Luke Skywalker, Rey, and Jern Webb up in space. He does draw a 1, and again, Matt has deployed Mara. She is power 10 to power 38 at the beach. Yeah, Matt's timer is also pretty low, so it doesn't look like it's going to be good for him. Okay, just to let everybody know, Chris Kelly has entered, and he is correct on his assessment. So, helps when you're a design advocate to know. Again, I'm going to be giving out I'll be giving these away during after game 5, just like I did this morning. So if you're interested in getting some chance to win some Dragon Shields, make sure you email me at holotheater. And as this is game 2. Yeah, and it looks like Matt is about to time out, so David will end up winning this game. So congrats to David on going. I believe he's going to be 2-0 after this game. So no, Matt's just a slow player. Four, 3, 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. And that is it. David Woods will be victorious over Matt Kuruli. What started out looking pretty good for Matt ended up in defeat. So, and we'll be back with, so we're going to have our, as soon as Jared is ready for this next one, we'll have our matches for the next set of games. Again, so let's see. Joe Olson, I believe, is 2-0. Tom Struthers is 2-0. But Jared is currently working on setting up the pairings for game 3. So we'll have those here in a second. Okay, just double checking. Yep. James Thorne and both Wade and Cullen are entered. So you guys are good to go. Okay, let's see. Gonna take the... Okay, so we got our top table right now is Brett Bailey versus Mike Pistone. So let's do that one. Matt Thornton versus Taco Bill, I believe, is table. So we currently have 8 players who are 2-0. Matt Thornton versus Bill Kaeper is table 2. Joe Olson versus Chris Hall is table 3. That is a rematch of the semifinals of the NPC from 2021, I believe. And then Matt Harrison Trainer versus Tom Struther. We're gonna take the BRB versus Mike Pistone game. So again, that is our top table. As soon as that hopefully loads here in a second. And as always, I will be bouncing around. So our light side player is Mike Pistone playing Quiet Mining Colony versus Shadow Collective. And we're definitely going to give away some extra stuff this round. So, going to give away some cool stuff today. We got, like I said, we got those Dragon Shields going out today soon. And then we're also going to have some other stuff going to be giving away as soon as I find some, just some challenging questions. Not some challenging questions, but some interesting questions. Again, if you're interested in winning some Dragon Shields, make sure you enter. You have until the game number 5 to enter, because right after game number 5, we're going to do the drawing for it. In the meantime, let's go ahead and give away some GEMP AI packs as well as some other stuff. First things first, we're going to give out some GEMP AI pack, and that is going to go to... Let's see. Let's bring up something fun. Oh, I got one. The next GEMP AI pack is going to go to the winner who can tell me who won Worlds the year that the PC was created. So... So, I No, Bastion did not win Worlds. There's an easy way to check. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but whoever gets the whoever can tell me who won Worlds the year that the PC was created will win a pack of GIMP AI cards. Yes, Angelo Consoli won Worlds in 2002 against Greg Shaw in DecipherCon at Virginia Beach. So, Doughboy, what's your name? Who are you? Who are you? Okay, thank you. That's all I need, so that way I'm assuming that Jared knows who you are, so. Okay, so Mike Pistone versus BRB. Kira, top lieutenant, already on the table with a gun. Maul, again, joining the fun at the his hut. Mike, starting with your standard quiet-minded colony start of keeping the Empire out forever, Belden's Eye combo, and Walkling. And Brett starting with inconsequential losses, You'll Be Dead, and the Phantom Menace. So here we go into Mike's first turn. He is threatening, Brett is threatening 2 points of damage next turn, but let's see if Mike has anything that he can deal with that Kira. Okay, Mike getting out. He's getting out of the upper plus quarter. So let's see who is currently being streamed. So right now it looks like it's just myself and Kendall streaming. So if you're looking to watch another game, go ahead and check out Kendall on the KendallCast Network. Again, today's games are sponsored by Crystal Climber on Twitter. So go ahead and make sure you follow them, like and subscribe them as well as a thank you for helping out today. Mike has deployed the Harksif and Overseer to Bespin. He gets out battle plan. So if Brett wants to drain, he's going to have to pay 3. Looks like Ken, as my internet starts spinning around. Kendall is watching the Old Allies versus... Oh, he's playing the Joker King versus Joe game. Looks like Joe has decided he wants to play Old Allies. Even though this morning we knew that there was some issues with Old Allies. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's all that Mike's going to do. He did deploy battle plan, so if Brett wants to drain, he's going to have to pay for it. He's only got 9 force to work with, so I don't think he's going to drain. He is going to cause Mike to lose 1. Mike loses alternatives to fighting off the top of his deck. There's the first light bar. So he decides not to drain there. Lady Proxima coming down to the Dryden study. So doesn't want to go down to Cloud City just yet. But again, he is going to be able on his... and Maul moves over. So getting some extra characters on the table for Brett. Probably going to draw some cards here and pass turn over to Mike. Doubt we're going to see Mike draw or drain next turn, but well, he could. Let's see other good games going on. Again, Matt Thornton versus Bill Kaeper, Joe Olson versus Chris Hall, Matt Harrison Trainer versus Tom Struther, John Mcfarland fighting down AJ, Matt Kuruli versus Ben, Brad Reinhold versus Michael Morrison, David Woods versus Kyle Krueger, Justin Kuruli versus Logan, Steven Scorlock versus Truman, Andy versus Chad, and Al versus Bentley. So, a lot of good games going on today. Checking out some of the other games. So, Mike is getting out more locations. Let's go ahead and check out our third table really quick, which is Matt Thornton versus Bill Kaeper. Matt has already gotten Thrawn down to the 2-2 site. He's got Sith Pro Droid down as well. So, but however, Bill is he's taking control of the beach. So, Bill is threatening 3 points of damage next turn, as he currently takes 2 points of damage from the drain at the downtown plaza. So let's see what Matt is going to do here. Possibly going to get some sort of Vader down onto the table. That way he can make sure that Bill has to deploy Luke down. Because you definitely want to get some damage in. And one quick and easy and dirty way of doing that is with your destiny. Again, this game is still pretty early on. Both players have nice sized hands. And we'll definitely be checking on that one a little bit later. So, but back to our main game. We see that Mike Pistone has deployed 2 characters down to Cloud City, allowing him to flip. Now that he is flipped, he can actually pull cards out of his force pile with keeping the Empire out forever. And he is taking a card out of his force pile. There's Solo coming down. Not sure. He is playing the Ancient Watering Hole variant of Quiet Mining Colony, so he's got 4 aliens of different species already on the table. Actually, no, I stand corrected. He has 3. You know what, Tom? Sure, I will allow that. So Tom has decided that he's going to pass that on to you, as we did see an amazing play earlier with Jar Jar Binks against who was that? CCT. I want to say that was God, names are escaping me right now. Wasn't Desai. Wasn't Kessling. Was it Drew? Because I know Drew likes CCT. No, was it Tom Hade? Maybe it was Tom. Okay, Mike has moved Eoxiat over to the non-battleground location. And he did pass turn. So, going to go check on that Matt Thornton versus Bill Kaeper game, as Matt has sent down Darth Maul with lightsaber down to the beach. Bill is not flipped. He has targeted the Endor Commando team with his lightsaber. He has hit the Endor Commando team with his lightsaber. Bill currently sitting at 17-7 in power. And there's a Sniper Dark Strike. That little Endor Commando team is going to go to the lost pile unless Bill has something to do here. He does not. In our main game, Brent just deploys Prince Chisor down in front of Maz Kanata. Mike has barriered the Chisor. And Brett has grabbed it. Back over to this Bill versus Matt game. Maul swinging at Commander Willard. Draws a 1 for the first Destiny. It is a miss. Or he draws a 1. He takes it in hand with Sith Fury. He draws a 5 against Willard. Is going to be hit here. Yep, Willard sliced, dice, and cut down to 0. Now the question is, will Matt lose a card with Emperor's Power to add a Destiny? But Bill would take a card off the sand effect, so that Destiny wouldn't go into effect. He is going to lose a card. There goes Sith Fury off the top of his deck. Bill did relocate the Stardust over to Melshi. And Bill will take a card off the sand. He's only got 1 card left. In our feature game, Brett deploys Prince Chisor, who is barriered, and then follows up with a Black Sun Blaster and Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba. Matt draws a 3 for Battle Destiny. That's only going to get rid of 1 other character, so he essentially gets rid of 3 characters there. And Bill draws a 1. Now, he can pay to retrieve 1. A little surprised to see that Matt didn't pull his coward shield there. But it is what it is. There goes Maul to the lost pile. Again, Willard and possibly Taidu are going to go to the lost pile as well. Yep, Taidu goes to the lost pile. And Willard goes there as well. Back over to our main game. We see that, again, Brett deployed the Black Sun Blaster onto Chisor, then transferred over to the Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba combo, only to initiate a battle. Mike is not able to do anything. He does have a keep your eyes open, so he's going to lose some cards here to make it so that the Evazan cannot draw Destiny, or sorry, cannot fire the weapon. He loses the wild card to prevent firing of weapons. Brett draws a 4. It's going to become a 3 after Maz says... Oh, it's going to become a 5 and then a 4 because of Maul. So Malos is going to have to go to the lost pile. And Mike also draws a 4, but it is going to become a 3. So Brett will have to lose the gun, and Maz will go to the lost pile. However, Solo is played. Solo uses his game text to once per turn play an interrupt from lost pile, and he plays the medical frigate. That makes the Destiny back up to a 4. Maz is immune, I'm sorry. So Mike could theoretically lose 4 cards here and keep Maz on the table, but he will not. Maz is lost. And Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba go lost as well. Let's go back and check that Bill Kaeper versus Matt Thornton game as Bill comes down with 3 characters in front of Grand Admiral Thrawn. He pulls the... There is another shield, so he can pull Leia if he wants. And he is going to do that. Leia comes down in front of Thrawn, so Bill stacking up a ton of cards there. He's got Corporal Powell, Lieutenant Ensign Shad, Baze with gun, and Leia all in front of Thrawn. And he continues to put spies down to Scarif. Chris Kelly is watching after playing this morning. Chris, I believe, how did you do today? Did you go 5-1 or 4-2? And in our side game, Bill initiates a battle against Thrawn. Fires Baze Malbus with cannon at Thrawn. That will hit Thrawn, making him forfeit 0. Oh, I see how it is. Chris, you don't want to watch my stream, but you'll watch Kendall. I see how it is. You make me sad. Mike plays Chewbacca and Master Luke down. Again, the new Master Luke is pretty good. While at a site, unless opponent's character of ability greater than 3 here resents opponent's total battle damage here, or total battle destiny down to 0. Malos hits the table. That will make it so Mike now has 5 aliens of different species. And he will initiate. Bill getting 2 destinies of power and a battle destiny. Matt only getting 1 destiny. It is not looking good for Mr. Thornton. Back over to our feature table. Chewie, Luke, and Malos against Prince Chisor. That 5 that he just drew is now back to a 0, and he's got to take 7 in overflow. He does play the Gick. Mike does not have to lose anything in that fight. Matt Thornton has the Gick himself, so he's not going to take any extra overflow. And both both Brett and Matt will play on. Let's go back to our main game and focus on that one for a little bit. And as we do, we'll go ahead and check out some of the other games that are currently being played, including a Tom Struther versus Matt Harrison trainer game. Again, Matt is playing Romps. Tom is playing, looks like, Qui-Gon communing. I should be able to know just by looking at Yoda on the table. But Tom has General Leia and General Kenobi in front of a Blizzard Walker that has General Veers, Great Admiral Thrawn, and Grand Moff Tarkin on it. I'm expecting to see Tom come down, and Tom has an 18-card hand, so probably going to see him do maybe a Rebel Leadership here to get another Destiny. Tom initiates, attempts to retrieve one with Leia. He will. He retrieves the starting effect of, or starting interrupt of I am part of the living force. And there's a run, Luke, run! Luke going to get an extra, add some power there. And give him the ability to constant redraw. Run, Luke, run. Does what it needs to. And goes to the lost pile. Tom plays Skywalkers to get 2 Destiny. Does Matt have an Imperial command here? There's the impressive enforcement. I'm assuming he is going to play an Imperial command here to limit Tom. But again, Tom looks like he does play some sense, as Matt is aware of it, as he has both There's No Try and his impressive enforcement. Tom's going to use the Bionic Hand to exchange Speak with the Jedi Council to get Run, Luke, Run back. There's the Imperial command. Let's see, does Tom have the sense? There's the sense. And if this is successful, the Imperial command will go back down into the use pile, and Tom will have to lose 2. He does draw low enough to cancel it with sense, so he will lose 2 here. Over on our main game, we can see that Brett has deployed Hondo Inaka in front of Luke, Chewie, and Malos. He attempts to pull a Aura Singh, Slave 1, or Kawakian. And there's the Aura Singh with Blaster Rifle. Okay, here we go. There's another Rebel Leadership to get another Battle Destiny. Tom drawing 4 Destiny this turn. Matt grabs that leadership. Matt is on the 7 side of his objective. However, things are not going to look... Oh, here we go. Draws a 7 for his first Destiny. He's got 3 more. A 5. It is looking quite like that Tom is going to clear that Walker off of Ralatir. Another 5. And a third 5 for 22 in Battle Destiny. Tom with 42 power. Matt draws a 2 for his first Destiny. Again, his total is going to be +1 because of the objective. Tarkin will allow Matt to redraw that. That was a 3 for battle for Destiny. And draws another 3. So that would make his total 7. It is going to be 42 to 20. Nice. There goes Leia to the lost pile. Matt, again, down by 22. 22 in battle damage and 22 into attrition. I believe that's going to clear the walker from the site. There goes Tarkin. Thrawn. Veers and the walker. And a frowny face from Matt Harrison Trainer as Tom clears the site and will flip Matt back. Actually, no, he won't flip him back yet. It's a control 2. So, Matt, only saving grace after that fight will be the fact that he is still on the 7 side of his objective. Back over to our feature table. Maul, Hondo, Aurra Sing, and Balatik come down in front of Chewie, Luke, and Malos. We have a drain of 2 at the guest quarters, a drain of 1 at the Upper Plaza, and a drain of 2 at Bespin. Lando hops on down as well, allowing Mike to pull a character with Cloud City and lore from his deck. He doesn't have any. Let's go ahead and check on over with Brad and Mike Morrison. It is a WAP versus Sit Your Course deck. Brad has already flipped. Both players are already flipped, and the Radiant 7 is currently sitting at now Hutta. Haven't seen Radiant 7 in a long time. Yoda over at the War Room, draining for 2. Mike has both Panaka and Amidala on the table. No, and I do not see a... Yeah, I don't see Tarkin's Doctrine or Imperial Decree on the table, so Brad is threatening to lose a lot of cards next turn. And he is deploying... Oh, Darth Maul with double-bladed lightsaber going down to the Theed Palace courtyard. Little surprised to see that he did not go down to the hallway. But let's go back to our main game as we have another battle going to occur here. Mike came down with Lando, Dash Rendar V, and Rey. He plays a second Keep Your Eyes Open. He loses quite a mercenary V to make it so that Brett cannot fire any weapons. Maul's game text will be canceled here. And Mike draws a Destiny of 4 for making it a 6 because of the effect, and Rey, bringing his total power up to 30. Brett draws a 6. And Dash Rendar will utilize his game text to subtract from the attrition and total power. He draws a 2. That's going to come down to a 4. Nope, Mike is going to cancel that and take it into hands to draw a 5. Mike will not have to lose anyone in this battle. And Brett will have to lose multiple characters as he now has attrition of 6. He loses the Crimson Dawn Blaster. Gotta figure he's going to lose Hondo here. Yep, Hondo is probably the least important one there. Maybe lose Balatik as well. Or will he peel cards? I believe Kendall is streaming. He should be streaming. Yeah, he's streaming Chris Hall versus Joe. Again, if you want a chance to win some nice Dragon Shield sleeves, make sure you enter in on that by responding to all you got to do is name the 12 original V cards and send the answer over to holotheater@starwarsccg.org to enter for a chance to win some nice shields or nice sleeves. Okay, let's go ahead and check on another game really quick. We have a Walker versus Anakin Skywalker saga match. The light side player is so we have a John Farland versus AJ match. Sorry about that. AJ playing the Skywalker saga with Anakin Skywalker. And John playing Walkers. He's got, it looks like he has taken control of Polis Moss with a loaded up Emperor shuttle. General Navarre is chilling on Blizzard 2 over at the, is that the, I believe that's the 5th marker? Yeah. Unfortunately, he does not occupy a battleground site, so he would have to pay to drain there. He is doing 1 point of damage, but with Kenobi and Yoda in the way, it's going to be hard for John to come over and do anything about those Jedi. Padme, Anakin, and Rex all at the 3rd marker, draining for 3. Yeah, that's not good for the Hoth player. Back over onto our main game, we see that Brett has just deployed Dryden Voss as well as a blaster down in front of all those characters at the Cloud City upper walkway. Another blaster goes down onto Maul. And we have another fight. Does Mike Pisone have another keep your eyes open on him, or does he have something to stop these blasters from being fired? Nope, the guns will fire. R. Singh is going to attempt to shoot Lando. Drawing a 6 for Destiny. That is going to definitely be enough to hit Lando, making him forfeit 0. That will flip Brett. Lando will cancel Maul's game text again. And really quick, let's go take a look at Matt Kuruli versus Ben Hedlum. Matt has deployed Mara Jade with lightsaber at the throne room. Hit Queen Amidala. Mace swung and hit Mara Jade. As Ben has 2 Destiny here. And Matt looks like Matt is going to take some overflow in this battle, as he currently is down by 5. And that's before Ben draws the 2nd Destiny. He draws a 1. So he is going to have to lose 6 force unless he has a Gick in his hand. So things are not looking good for Mr. Kuruli at this point. On our our feature match, Dash Rendar was hit right after Lando Calrissian was hit. As a Destiny 2 power, Matt does have the Gick, so he will continue to live and fight another day. Queen Amidala will have to go to the lost pile, though. Let's go back onto our main game, as Brett has drawn a 4 for total power. And he is going to get 2 Destiny here. Drawing a 4 for the first one. And a 5 for the second one. Mike will draw a 1. He uses Yak Skit to take that card into hand to cancel and redraw it. And draws another 1. Brett's only going to have to lose a gun in that fight, while Mike is going to have to lose multiple characters. Mike does draw a 4 to reduce the damage and the attrition by 4. But again, he's got multiple characters there who are going to have to go lost. The Crimson Dawn Blaster goes to the used pile for Brett. Lando goes to the lost pile. Dash also going to go to the lost pile here. And I'm assuming that Rey is going to go to the lost pile for Mike, as you do not want to lose Chewie or Malos. Luke is also kind of important. After this one, we'll go ahead and check up on Andy and Chad. We have a Hitco versus Agents of Black Sun match. Chewie goes to the lost pile. Interesting. So the fact that Chewie goes there, now Mike does not have the 5 aliens to allow Ancient Watering Hole to be in effect. But again, like I just said, we're going to go check on Andy versus Chad in a Hitco versus Agents of the Black Sun match. Luke, Leia, and U-3PO are all staring down Chisor, the Emperor, and Avigo. Let's go ahead and check and see if that U-3PO is undercover. He is undercover, so that's not too bad for Andy. As Aura Singh with Blaster Rifle chilling over at the JCC, Marjane with Lightsaber over at the sewer. So even though Andy is flipped on the 0 side, he does occupy 3 battlegrounds to allow for the Shadows of the Empire ping. And he is going to be threatening some damage this turn. Again, this is another game that we're going to keep our eye on, but let's go ahead and go back to our main game. Mike activates 3. It looks like he's going to attempt to take a card out of his reserve deck, but before he does that, he is going to check his reserve deck. Okay, while Mike is in his activate phase and before he drains during his control phase, let's go ahead and go over to Steven Scorlock versus Truman. Truman playing WAP and Steven playing Watto. Looks like our Watto player has invaded the throne room and the Naboo system. However, Anakin is sitting over at the junkyard, keeping Mos Espa, keeping that site locked down. So, again, it looks pretty good for Steven at this point, as he's going to be draining for 2, 4, 5 next turn, while Truman is threatening drains of 5 himself. Okay, let's go back to our main game, as Kira has moved in front of Yakskit. So Mike is again without Mike because Mike does not occupy have 5 aliens of different species on the table. His drains are reduced back to normal drains. He did drain for 1 at the guest quarters and 1 at. Doesn't look like he's drained at Bespin yet, or maybe he did. Nope, he did. Yeah, yeah, he did drain at Bespin. No, he did not drain at Bespin. That's interesting. I don't know why he didn't drain at Bespin. He just drained at the guest quarters for 1. There's Unita. So it's going to get Dash back. Cloud City Celebration has finally hit the table for Mike. Jar Jar, Din Djarin, and Maz Kanata all come down in front of Lady Proxima. Mike does save 2 Destiny in his reserve deck. And Din will target the evil gangster alien. And he will initiate a fight. Draws a 3 for Destiny. Now, he does have enough aliens on the table to satisfy for Ancient Watering Hole. And draws a second 3. So, again, that's going to be a 7 for total battle Destiny. Actually, no, it's going to be a 6 as Maul does subtract 1. And he's going to subtract another 1. So it's only going to be a total of 5 there for Mike. Or no, I'm sorry. It's going to be a 6. And Brett draws a 6. It's going to become a 6 because Maul adds 1, but then Maz subtracts 1. And there goes Din Djarin to the loss pile. Proxima and a 1 in overflow will go lost as well. There goes quick reflexes. And Mike will move some of his characters around, getting them out of the way of danger. Let's see what else we got. Let's go back to this Matt Thornton versus Bill Kaeper match really quick. As we can see that Maul is down at the beach again. Bill has initiated a fight against Maul. He did get 2 battle destiny there, but he did draw 2 1s. They did become 2s, but again, that's not really much you can do there. I believe that he has played the Gick in this game, so he's going to be down by 12 and take some overflow. So things are not looking good for Mr. Thornton at this point. As Bill has multiple characters down at the downtown plaza, multiple characters down at the beach, and he has the Tan of 4 by itself at Scarif, so he occupies for battle plan. Matt looking at staring down 5 in overflow here, and he will have to peel some cards. Darth Tyrannus. Vader's Saber. Another Sith Pro Droid. Kylo Ren and Erica all go to the lost pile, bringing Matt down to 9 cards hand in life. Bill, on the other hand, is sitting at 25 hand in life. So it looks like Bill Kaeper is going to escape with a win and move to 3-0. Let's go back over to our Matt Harrison trainer versus Tom Struthers game. Again, looked pretty good there for Tom. However, it looks like Matt has been able to fight back as he's got Isard and Tarkin over at the JCC. The Vengeance with Commander Dasane and Admiral Ozzel sitting at his system. And the Emperor with the Ninth Sister at Ralatir. However, Tom sitting with Luke, Kenobi, Anakin, and Yoda all on the table at the same time. We are in Matt's move phase, so let's see if he does anything about all those characters on the table. Nope, he's going to just draw some cards. Tom did cancel Image of the Dark Lord with an altar and friendly fire, so he's not going to have to lose. He's not going to lose to There Is No Try with that, but he does lose the altar. So it looks like Tom is going to be draining big next turn with multiple drains of 2. And let's go out. Let's get out of that game and go back over to our main game. Brett moves Kira Top Lieutenant from Cloud City over to Dryden Study. Dryden comes over as well. So Dryden and his Top Lieutenant are chilling at the study in front of Jar Jar Binks and Maz Kanata. Brett will just draw up some cards and pass turn over to Mike. Mike, again, has Cloud City Celebration on the table. Again, want to welcome everybody who is watching today in this celebration of all the PC, celebrating 20 years of gaming excellence. Going to Mike's turn, he activates everything, and now he's going to play Path of Least Resistance. That's going to allow him to move Malos over from the Dryden Study to the First Slice Reception area. The path goes to the Lost Pile, but Mike is going to be draining for 2 at the Reception area. There goes an Imbalance combo and Hidden Weapons, both from Brett's hand. Here we go, drain of 2 at the West Gallery as well. And Mike is doing drains of 2 all over the place at this point. Another drain of 2. So Brett is going to be losing 8 cards, and then Mike is going to retrieve 3. So a nice little swing of 11 cards in favor of Mike Pistone. Yep, Brett is going to cancel the drain at the docking bay with the North Corridor's game text. But again, 8 cards go to the Lost Pile for Brett. And there is the 3-card retrieval from Mike Pistone. He retrieves Path of Least Resistance, Leia, Rebel Princess, and Menace Fades. Figurin Dan and the modal nodes come down to the bar. And with the modal nodes there, Force Drain -1 here, but if a musician here, it's a Force Drain of +1. Well, guess what? Those modal nodes, I believe they're musicians, so that would allow Mike to drain +2 there. for a total of 4. But I'm assuming that Brett would have some sort of answer to take down those pesky little Bith musicians. Speaking of which, let's call that the figure and Dan and the modal nodes are the token for today for this for right now. So if you're doing the sticker program, make sure you email holotheater@starwarsccg.org saying your name, what you're watching, and the figure and Dan modal nodes to make sure that you enter into our sticker program. Again, we're going to be giving a lot of stuff the rest of the day. In fact, let's go ahead and give away a to be determined foil card, foil AI card. First, so what we're going to do is the person who in the chat, let's go ahead and type in 5-4 in celebration of May the 4th. The first person who's going to do that will receive a to be determined AI foil card. So all you got to do is just say 5-4 in the chat to get a foil AI card. Let's see who's paying attention right now. There you go. Is that you, Wayne? It is Wayne Cullen. Congrats on your being the first one with the quickest hands. And Chris Kelly, you missed out, man. But don't worry, I'm going to give out some more stuff here during the next game. Brett is going to attempt to Alice Hellrot, Balatik, Arsing with Blast Rifle from Maul from the West Gallery, all the way over in front of Yoxkit. That little alien is staring down 3 powerful characters. Mike is going to take a card out of his force pile. I hope he's got a Hojix or some other type of evasion, or this could be very bad for him. Again, make sure you guys sign up and participate for the Dragon Shield sleeves. We got some nice lime color sleeves to give away here after Game 5. So still got, what, 2 more games to get till we give those away. And here we go. Brett initiates against Yoxkit. Arsing takes aim at the alien. Draws a 4. That will hit him, make him forfeit 0. Now, unless Mike Pistone has some sort of Hojix here, this game is pretty much over. Brett will flip or circulate. And then he is going to be able to add a Destiny to power. Oof. Yoxkit goes from a power of 3 down to a power of 0. Mike will grab that card. This tells me he has something in here in his hand to get away from all of the tricks that Brett just did. There's the Destiny to power. Walkling goes out of play to retrieve 1. Maul is going to attempt to fire a blaster at Yoxkit and will hit. Making the little alien double hit. There's the Destiny to, he gets a lawless time to add another Destiny. There's the Destiny up to power, draws a Aura Sing. Brett has no cards left in his hand. He is throwing everything at Mike right now. Draws a 4 for his first Destiny. Mike subtracts 1 to make it a 3. But Maul makes it back into a 4. Draws a second copy of Wounded Warrior. And Brett has 22-0. And Mike Vestone concedes, and Brett will win. No answers for Mike there at the end. So congrats to Brett on your victory. Let's go ahead and get back into another game here really quick. Let's go ahead and check out Tom versus MHT. Again, that's a really good game with Qui-Gon Commuting versus Ral Ops. Again, really close game between two really good competitors. I guess he wasn't expecting the... he had to not... I don't think he was expecting the Ellis. Brett only had like 3 cards in his hand there. So I was a little surprised by that too. Okay, we are in Tom's turn, so he is going to drain. He is going to drain for 6. Nope, he's going to drain for 5 if he wants to drain, as Image of the Dark Lord is now back on the Naboo site. Matt will lose a Tyrant and a Death Squadron assignment. Tyrant goes from hand, and the assignment goes from the use pile. Drain of 2 at the Spaceport City. And Tom will initiate a drain at the Palace Generator as an Imperial Command goes to the lost pile. Matt down to 17 cards hand in life. Tom sitting at 26 hand in life. Qui-Gon's lightsaber comes down onto Kenobi. Obi-Wan slides over in front of the spaceport docking bay. Ultimatum is on the table. As Matt plays turn it off from his hand to get another shield out. He grabs the code clearance shield. And Tom will pass turn over to Tom. Or Tom will pass turn over to Matt. Again, both players are under 17 minutes, with Matt at 11 minutes currently. He is going to drain Tom for this turn. As Tom uses his communing ability. Again, we still have a few games left. David Woods versus Kyle Krueger still being played. Let's go ahead and check on that game really quick. David playing Walkers, Kyle playing Old Allies. Kyle has 16 cards hand to life. David Woods has 16 cards hand to life, as we are sitting in Kyle's move phase. Looks like Kyle is going to be taking a few points of damage this turn, as General Navarre is sitting at the village site, and he does control the third marker. However, Jin is blocking the drain there, so it's going to be 4 points of damage from David Woods' turn. But okay, there we go. The Falcon moves over with Poe Dameron and Admiral Satora. Poe piloting with Admiral Satora on it, so he's going to get 2 Destiny there. And Kyle will pass turn over to David. Again, David is going to be doing 2 points of damage now. So let's see what. So back over to our current main game of Tom versus MHT. Matt has decided to deploy Vader in front of Yoda. And General Veers on the Blizzard 8. Vader moves over to the Boss Nash chamber, so he's starting a drain of 2 there. And with Vader on the Blizzard 8, gives it a little bit more immunity, and it adds another Destiny. Or he would add him 2 Destiny. Looks like Matt is going to pile some characters onto the Blizzard 8 and move it over in front of Anakin. Matt, almost under 10 minutes in time. Tom sitting at 14 minutes. Blizzard 8 and Veers move. Blizzard 8 and Blizzard 4 move over in front of Anakin. And Matt will go into his draw phase and draw some cards. Again, this is a top table, as both these players are currently sitting at undefeated. I believe this is table 4. Yep. So we know that Brett Bailey and Bill Kaeper have won. I'm not sure about Jill Olsen or Chris Hall. So we currently have Brett and Bill as both being 3-0. And I believe, yep, it looks like both of those players can play each other next turn. And then, again, it's either going to be Joe Olsen, Chris Hall, who is also undefeated, and then Matt Harrison Trainer versus Tom Struther as our other 2 undefeated. So we're going to go from 8 undefeated down to 4. Tom activates saving 3. Let's go check really quick on this Kyle Krueger versus David Woods game. We have a fight with the Vengeance loaded up with characters against a Layers Resistance Transport and Wedge in Red Squadron 1. David draws a 8 for Battle Destiny. Kyle only draws a 1. That's not going to do it. Multiple ships are going to have to go lost, and the Vengeance makes Kyle also lose a card. Sergeant Eyeroll goes lost for Dave. But again, like I said, There goes Wedge in Wedge Squadron 1 and the Leia Resistance Transport. Tom deploys Leia and her blaster rifle in front of Blizzard 8 and Blizzard 4. And he initiates. He will retrieve one with Leia. He retrieves the Blizzard or the Red Squad, the Rebel barrier. Let's see, who will he target with Leia's gun? This is going to be important here. And there's another run, Luke, run. Again, he'll be able to use Leia and her gun to target and then get a second battle destiny with Anakin Skywalker. Leia is going to attempt to shoot Blizzard 8, drawing a 7. Is it enough? It is. Blizzard 8 is shot down. General Veers is shot down. This could be it, people. Tom sitting at 21 in power. MHT sitting at 8. And there's the Skywalkers to add 2 destiny. Again, he only has 2 cards left in his reserve deck, but I don't think he cares. He's going to exchange an interrupt with a card in Lost Pile. He's going to grab Run, Luke, Run again. Tom draws a 5 for the first destiny. And a 5 for the second one, bringing his total up to 31. Matt draws a 3. All of Tom's characters are immune there. Tom down by 20. That Blizzard 8. Tom down by Matt down by 21 after Tom plays They're Tracking Us. Gideon goes into his hand as he cancels the redraws with Imperial Enforcement. And Matt draws a 6. Luke will cancel and redraw it. And Matt draws a 1. Matt gives the GG, and Tom will take down Matt Harrison Trainer. And let's go check out our other. We have 2 games currently going on. Our other game is Kyle Krueger versus David Woods. Both players sitting at a very close game here. Kyle loses 1 to a Drain at Cardia. Drains of 2 at the Starship Graveyard. And a drain of 1 at the 4th marker. And then he's going to lose 1 to a You May Start Your Landing. Kyle down to 6 cards in Life Force. David sitting at 12. Sergeant Major Brask hops onto the Blizzard 8. As that is the last card in David's hand. And the Emperor Shuttle joins the party over at Jakku. David goes into his draw phase and will draw some cards. And things are not looking good for Mr. Kyle Krueger at this point. He is going to have to evacuate Jakku at this point. Kyle activates everything. Will pay 1 to retrieve R2 Brave Little Droid with Rose. He is going to be able to drain for 1 at the... he does drain at the outpost and breaks Jin's cover. Leia moving over in front of the Blizzard 8 to block that drain of 2. Rose sitting all by herself there. Nope, she's going to join the party as well with Holdo and Leia. Not sure if Kyle can keep all those characters, keep the Falcon and the Gold Squadron 1, or the Gold Leader and Gold 1 at the Jakku system, but it looks like he is going to. Jin moves over in front of Veers and Blizzard 1. Kyle down to a last-ditch effort at this point. He does block all the drains, but again, David is going to be able to do a ping of 1 with "You may start your landing." Again, we still have another game going on with Joe Olsen versus Chris Hall. And a very similar match. Old Allies versus Agents of Black Sun. So if you want to go ahead and check that one out, it is being played over on Kendall Cast Network. And it looks like it's very bad for Joe at this point. Nope, I stand corrected. It looks like it's going to be bad for Joker King. And here we go. David's going to initiate a battle. Finn reacts down. Kyle getting 3 battle destiny. David getting 2. Now the big difference here is David has 4 cards in hand, so maybe he has an Imperial command to limit Kyle. If he does, this could be very bad. Tarkin adds a 3rd battle destiny for David. No Imperial command, and Gold Leader and Gold 1 is there, so David has to pay for 1 each of his destiny. There's the Imperial command that I was just talking about. It is reduced down to a 2. It's not going to matter because David is getting 3 destiny here. Another Imperial command for David. And he draws another 2. So that's going to bring his total down to 8. So he's sitting at 24. Kyle sitting currently at 13 with 3 battle destiny coming up. Draws a 1 for the first one. That's not going to be good. Draws a 5. No, that's a little bit better. And draws another 5. So pretty solid destiny for Kyle Krueger. So it is actually a tie. Kyle has to lose 8 in attrition. David has to lose 11. Tarkin goes to the lost pile for David. Finn hits the lost pile for Kyle. Ozzel hits the lost pile as well. And there goes Admiral Satora. Both players at this point will get 2 destiny there at the system. And the Blizzard Walker moves over to the 3rd marker. Kyle with more than 15 minutes left on his timer. David down to 5 minutes. Again, our other final match of the 3rd round is currently being casted on the Kennelcast Network. So if you're interested in watching Joker King versus Joe Olsen, Kendall is streaming that game. Joe, also 3 cards in Life Force. We're sitting in Joe's control phase. Yeah, I think you could have lost like Iroh and Branch there instead of Tarkin. But I could be wrong. Kyle initiates. He will retrieve 1 with Leia. David cannot draw any battle destiny as he doesn't have any force. And it looks like Joe Olsen has beaten Chris Hall. Kyle going to draw a 5 for destiny. And another 5. It's going to bring his total up to 20. And with Gold Leader and Gold 1, David is not going to be able to draw any destiny here. He does have Sergeant Iroh. He attempts to draw a 2. He draws a 2 to subtract from the attrition and total power. However, Kyle utilizes his objective to subtract 2, but it becomes a 0. And now David has to lose 10 into attrition. So this is the last game of the 3rd round. We still have 3 more games to go. So make sure you guys stick around today. Just as a reminder, our token for this round was the Figurin Dan and Modal nodes. If you're doing the sticker program. Also, again, enter in on to the chance to win some Dragon Shields. They're nice lime shields. Currently sitting at 6 players who are entered into that. All you got to do is send an email to holotheater@starwarsccg.org saying your name and the 12 the 12 original V cards. That's all you got to do. It's pretty easy. So easy, Chris Kelly could do it. I say that because I know he did do it. Okay, Jin moves over, blocking the drain at the 3rd marker. So right now, Kyle is surviving just barely. It is in David's turn. He's sitting in his activate phase. He's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. currently we have 4 players who are undefeated: Brett Bailey, Bill Kaeper, Jill Olsen, and Tom Struther. And Blizzard Scout 1 hits the table. That will cancel Jin's game text. She will not be able to draw Destiny. David utilizes that Chicken Walker's game text. He does have a Destiny to power and a Battle Destiny. So it looks like he's just going to attempt to outpower Kyle. And Kyle says GG, and he concedes. That is the end of round 3, everybody. So that's all we have. So now Jared Napolitano will be able to come up with the pairings for round 4, and we'll be back with round 4 after a short break. So make sure you guys stick around and for 3 more games of Star Wars today. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I had to run to the little broadcasters' rooms as well as grab some nourishment. Here we go. Bill Kaeper versus Brett. Actually, no. We just had Brett on. So, I mean, this is an interesting match as Bill is playing the Dooku variant of the Revenge of the Sith. Let's see who else we got. Tom versus Joe. Mike versus Matt. Ben versus Matt Thornton. That's what we're going to go with. So, Matt Thornton and Ben. Somebody can tell me where they are. Can't find them. Watch your set versus ASM. Okay. Yes, I apologize. And I got food. I haven't eaten since like applesauce a little bit ago. Fruit kebab. So, watch your step with Saitor Calfas, Walkling, and the new effect versus Darth Tyrannus, Crust Rebellion, Evil is Everywhere, and wipe them out, all of them. So, a lot of good stuff. And here we go. Game 4. Versus my Myth Lotor. Okay, so yeah, that's what we got going on for right now in Game 4. It looks like I am currently the only one streaming, but let me just make sure about that. I am currently the only one streaming, so if you want to watch a game, you're going to have to watch it with me. The power. So, but I will be bouncing around as I always do. So, let's see. It is Matt Thornton, as he is a member of Team Killer Bees. The reason why I know that. Facing down, I believe I said Ben? Yeah. Ben Hedlum. Playing ASM, so I'm glad to see that we have an ASM player in the field. I do like different decks, so we haven't seen really a Watch Your Step. We haven't seen a lot of Watch Your Step. So, and I know that Matt is playing a different variant of the deck, so I'm glad to see that. Luke Skywalker and Town Card coming down. Darth Tyrannus is sitting over at the docking bay. He does have the Invisible Hand docking bay out, so next turn he's going to be able to transport Tyrannus and do some cool stuff with the 7-sided of the objective. Okay. So let's see what. So Matt has no cards left, and he docking bay transit over in front of Darth Tyrannus. Interesting. Okay, Kendall is coming back, so make sure. So Kendall will be coming back, and I'm just letting him know that I'm on table 4, so he doesn't cover. But like I said, I will be bouncing around. Okay, so he does not decide to transport. He is in his deploy phase. There's the shield. Both players are going back and forth. Okay, so he does transport Luke and Talon over. This is after he deploys Mos Eisley V, and then he passes turn. So he has everything correct there. Hopefully. Because I don't think Ben is going to give him another revert. And just so everybody knows, Kendall is back on and currently streaming this game. Okay, ooh, the disarmed gets Dooku's lightsaber off the table. Maul with lightsaber hits the table. Kendall leaves the room. Newt Gunray comes down. This is not going to look good for our friend Matt Thornton. Kendall is currently streaming the Taco Bill match, so glad to see he picked a good game. Darth Jedi lightsaber and the best Darth Vader go onto the sand effect for Ben. There's an escape. Going to take Dooku's lightsaber back into his hand. Okay, here we go. Maul swings at Luke. Draws a 1. That's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna be able to hit Luke here. Surprised to see that he went after Luke. That wouldn't have hit Talon either, I believe. As Talon card has at same location, your responders are forfeit defense value +2. So Matt checking out his destinies. Swings at Newt Gunray, draws a 1. And a 2. So those amazing Jedi cannot hit anybody with their lightsabers here. Okay, let's see. It looks like Kendall is streaming the... Yep. Kendall and Joe... Kendall is streaming Joe and Tom. Tom is playing his 24-0 Coruscant CRV deck against Joe playing Yoda Communing. So Ben draws 2 2s for Destiny. Matt draws a 4. Matt is currently down. He's going to be down by 8 unless Ben decides to cause a cancel and redraw. No cancel and redraw, so talent card's going to go lost, and one of those characters is going to go lost for Ben. Oh, dang. Even better. So, Nuke Gunnery will go lost. Matt plays Follow the Jedi. If opponent's just lost a Dark Jedi leader, take a card into hand from your use pile. That card is now stacked. It's a Destiny 6 card that is really good. It sees a lot of play lately. Okay, Matt's going to lose Han with Heavy Blaster Pistol, Lando, and Millennium Falcon. And talent card also goes to the lost pile. As Luke stares down Maul and Tyrannus. Again, let's go check on our Bill Kaeper versus Brett game. Again, Bill is playing the new Revenge of the Sith Dooku variant. Brett is playing, looks like Qui-Gon Communing, as he just got Obi-Wan's journal onto Luke the Last Jedi. Mace, Solo, Qui-Gon, and Rey all at the Invisible Hand walkway. Dooku chilling over at the 3-2 site, as he has Virgins of the Forces there. And Darth Sidious is over on the Blockshade flagship. So, lots of Jedi on the table for both players as we go into Bill's turn. Well, let's go back over to our feature table as we can see. Okay, here we go. This is the fun. This is going to be fun. So, I know not a lot of people have seen this deck from Matt Thornton, but it's actually kind of cool. He plays Walkling, uses Walkling to go get Rykar Ryjard, who deploy on your non-smuggler to give that character smuggler skill. So he's going to put the smuggler card, or the smuggler effect, on Luke. And here we go. Let's go back into that Bill Kaeper game really quick, as Bill just deploys Mara Jade with lightsaber down to the hallway. Aura Singh with blaster rifle comes down as well. And a General Grievous. Let's see if Bill's able to turn the tide here. And Newt Gunray. So, a lot of characters at that hallway coming down. In our feature game, Matt Thornton gets Kuruli out. Malos hits the table going down to the Invisible Hand docking bay. And there it is. Rykar onto Luke. Flipping Matt Thornton. Okay, we're still looking into our game with Bill Kaeper playing the his Revenge of the Sith deck. Both characters have a lot of guys sitting at that Invisible Hand hallway. There is the Control and Tunnel Vision again from his lost pile, so that is going to be stacked onto a useless gesture. This just in. So I know we didn't stream the game, but Matt Kuruli is playing a was playing a Obi-Wan Kenobi Obi-Wan communing deck against a Watto deck. Turn 2, 63 overflow for the win with no Gick. If you guys want to see that, he actually posted the replay. So we'll take a look at that. We can take a look at that if you guys want to see it. We're going to go back to our feature table as Bill just deploys without battling. Matt does move Luke over with Malos, so, but he does flip back. Okay, there's a point man during Matt's draw phase. Okay, Ben decides he wants to drain. After activating, he doesn't have to pay for it as there's no battle plan or battle order on the table. He does add one with Lord Maul, however, it is limited to one. And there is the docking bay transit, and that will flip Ben to his 7 side. Okay, checking in on our fight between Brett and Bill. Brett throws down Anakin and Padme, initiates the battle, and plays all turn friendly fire. Draws a 4. That's not going to get rid of any characters. Brett currently sitting at 2 Destiny. Bill can add a Destiny himself. Padme adds a destiny to attrition. No weapons yet from either player. Action passes over to Bill. Aura Singh is going to attempt to shoot solo. Draws a 5. That will hit the smuggler. Action passes back over to Brett. Chewie is going to attempt to shoot Newt Gunray. Draws a 1 for the first destiny. And a 6 for the second destiny. That's going to hit that little... that's going to hit our Nemoidian. Bill does use Gungray's text. Mace swings his saber at Aura Singh. Draws a 5. That's going to hit her. All these high destinies, you don't want to see them until you get to your battle destiny phase. Mara Jade's going to attempt to swing her saber at Padme. Draws a 4. As long as Bill doesn't draw a 0 here, she will be hit. He draws a 1. That's going to hit Padme. Back over on our feature table. Matt deploys Wedge Antilles down with Luke and Rykar. Mace is going to swing at General Grievous. Draws a 3 for the first destiny. And he draws BB-8. That's definitely going to hit the droid general. On our feature game, Matt deploys the Wild Card and Corn Horde, both to Tatooine. Only Mara Jade is left standing for Bill Kaeper. There's an Imperial command. Bill is going to add a destiny. And he uses Lord Sidious. So here we go. Battle Destiny. Brent draws a 5. Draws a 5. Bill draws a 4 for his first one. A 5 for his second one. And a 4. Bill sitting at 13. Still, he is down by 9 in power. And the Destiny to attrition for Brett. Again, back over on our feature table. It is Matt's turn. He goes into his draw phase. Chewie, Wedge both came down, as well as Cornhorn and the Wild Card. Okay, Padme goes lost. Arson goes to the lost pile. Solo, lost pile. Gunray, lost pile. Chewie goes to the lost pile, and now it's either going to be Rey or Anakin, I'm assuming. There goes Rey, leaving Anakin. And Bill is going to have to peel. He peels Rise of the Sith and BB-9E as Mara Jade hits the lost pile. Again, that was Brett's turn. So let's see what Bill can do on his turn. Back over on our feature table, it is moved into Ben's control phase. He just deploys. He deployed disarmed onto Luke. Luke loses his lightsaber. Let's go ahead and check out our number 3 table. Mike Pisone versus Matt Harrison Trainer. Pisone is playing CCT versus MHT's Old Allies. Erica is on the table, as well as the Probot sitting at the race hut. Pretty good situation there for Mike. We are in Matt Harrison Trainer's deploy phase, so let's see what he's going to do this turn. U-3PO blocking the drain over at the Starship Graveyard. As an update, Jared Napolitano has said he's going to be streaming here soon, so make sure you look out for him as well. And let's go ahead and bounce out of this game really quick, go back to our main table. As General Grievous just grabs Luke's lightsaber out of the lost pile like he owns it. And we have another battle at the docking bay. 2 lightsabers for Ben, and 1 angry Wookiee for Matt Thornton. Looks like Jared Napolitano is going to stream game number 1 on the top table, Bill versus Brett. So if you want to tune into that game, make sure you tune into Jared Napolitano's channel, or you can stick here on table 4 with me. And it looks like Robbie's back as well, possibly. Again, if you're interested in following along in the multi-twitch, there you go. Looks like Robbie is not online, so only 3 of those will work. And back to our feature table, we have Chewie, who is hit with Luke's lightsaber. Chewie attempts to fire at General Grievous. He draws a 1 for the first destiny after it's a redraw of 5. That clash of sabers will not work there, and Chewie misses General Grievous. Lord Maul fires at Wedge, draws a 3 for the first destiny and a 7 or 4 for the second one. It is going to hit Wedge and make him forfeit 0 as well. Right after this battle, we're going to give away another GEMP AI pack, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Again, I'll be bouncing around some of the other tables as well. I think we're going to check out a fun one that is the Anakin Skywalker Saga versus Revenge of the Sith Dooku Edition. Actually, let's go back. Let's actually go check on that one right now. We have a battle of the Invisible Hand versus the Shuttle Tidarian. Brad Reinhold is up on, I believe that is Chad Dixon at table 12. Ooh, table 12. So the Tidarian is immune as it has Han Solo, the optimistic general, on there. And the Invisible Hand will have to go down to the lost pile. Again, over on our main feature table, like I said, after that battle, Ben is up. He owes Matt 7 into attrition. Matt owes Ben 3 into attrition and 3 in overflow, so he's going to have to lose that Malos. Now, again, Luke is a smuggler here, so that's kind of cool. Luke sticks around, and the B2 droid, Maul, and General Grievous all sticking around as well. And I just said that after this game, we're going to be giving away a GEMP AI pack. So if you're interested in that, all you have to do is tell me 3 current members of the Hall of Fame. First person to do it will get the GEMP AI pack. And you know what? Second person to do it will get the a foil AI. So first person to do it gets the GEMP AI. Second person gets the foil AI. Or vice versa. You know what? First person to do it gets to pick what they want. How about that? Chew, Bastion, and Justin decide. Now I need somebody to give me this 3 other ones. So Stimpy, what's your real name? Johnny 2, Bastion, and Just. Yep. Okay, we are in Matt Thornton's activate phase. He see that Ben goes and tries to put a device out of play. He misses, but he does put Dark Time from hand into the use pile. Emil, okay, Bill, what would you like? Would you like the foil AI or the jump AI? Chris, I need one more. Kevin Chan. Okay, Chris, you get the whatever Bill doesn't want. Chris Kelly gets the dregs. Joking. No. Hall of Fame members. So you can get a foil AI, it's to be determined, or a Jump AI pack. Let's see. Matt drains it for 1 at Tatooine. Looks like Brad Reinhold is victorious. To be determined. Yeah, it's to be determined. So, as soon as you let me know what you want, it's going to be a paper AI. Matt Thornton has decided he wants to fight. So we have another battle. Matt, I don't think he wants to fight. I think he wants to run the way. Okay, Bill, you get the foil AI, which means that Chris Kelly gets the Gemp AI pack. Yeah, you can't. Matt is initiating, so he tries to weapon lab the weapon away. Unfortunately, he cannot because he's currently disarmed and cannot carry a weapon. He is attempting to take the battle back, so we shall see if Ben does allow it. Boo this man. I got no problem booing Chris Kelly. Joking. Or am I? Oh, here we go. Here's going to be a fun game. ROPS versus Hyperdrive V. Not a game that we normally see. So Kyle Krueger is playing ROPS. Steven Scorlock is playing Hyperdrive V. Looks like we just got into the beatdown of a battle at the junkyard. And unfortunately for Matt Lutz, CRG, Hyperdrive V is not successful for the day. So we just got into that one. But let's go back to our main game. Luke runs away over to the Tatooine docking bay to live to fight another day. Yeah, Ralatier was so abandoned in that game. Let's go ahead and check in on another game that looks kind of fun. Justin Kuruli playing Mind What You Have Learned versus Invasion. We step into that one where Rey, all of the Jedi, is facing down some battle droids. Those droids are getting 2 Destiny there. It did look like Justin won his pod race. The droids cannot shoot Rey as she's a pretty good at dodging droid fire. But again, for Justin, he's not completing test 1 or test 2. He's not completing test 1. Rey is now immune to attrition and as a Destiny 2 power. Again, those droids are attempting to shoot her. Draws a 5. I don't know. Rey is dodging shots from droids like it's second nature to her. Matt does back in our feature game. Matt lands the wildcard and Corran Horn and on Tatooine and will pass his turn. So looks like time is running out for Matt Thornton, unfortunately. Justin Kuruli draws a 3 for his Destiny to Power. And here we go into Destiny 4, Battle Destiny. Schmicky, who is Mike Morrison, draws a 1 for his first Battle Destiny. Second draw is a 5. Good thing that Justin Kuruli made Rey immune to attrition, or this would be bad stuff for him. He is currently down by 8, but he still has a chance to draw his own Battle Destiny. And he draws a 4, bring his total up to 13. He is going to be down by 4. And the blaster deflection goes out of play. Again, with the inconsequential losses, all Mike has to do is lose blaster rifles to the use pile. There goes 1. Yeah, it also pod races. We never said that Justin Kuruli was good at building decks. And he is going to lose cards to keep Rey on the table. Back in our feature game, Matt Thornton uses He's the Best Smuggler Around to take a card off of Useless Gesture. Putting the Control Tunnel Vision back into the lost pile. During Ben's turn. So that battle does end. And we are into Michael Morrison's draw move phase, and he's going to go into his draw phase. Adulterate Dolphine activates too, so he is able to draw some cards if he wants to. He is going to do that. Looks like he's already got a card stacked on his grabber, which, let's see what card that is. Is it Fall of the Jedi? I believe it's Fall of the Jedi. Nope, they're tracking us. Okay, so it moves into Justin's turn, and yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Back on our feature table, Matt Thornton just took a drain of 3 at the Invisible Hand docking bay. Things are not looking good for Mr. Thornton at this point. So we'll go back into that game and keeping an eye on the Justin and Mike game. Another interesting game is David Woods versus AJ. Again, David is playing No Idea. AJ playing a Dooku variant of the Revenge of the Sith. And it looks like Darth Tyrannus just took a lot of... took a nice little beatdown at the beach. So Tyrannus goes to the Lost Pile, and he still has 5 in overflow. On our feature match, Tyrannus and Asajj Ventress go to the Cantina. Yep, AJ just, again, is taking some battle damage after that battle. And it looks like David Woods is sitting really good here as he's got multiple spies on the table. And he's got the beach pretty shored up. Looks like Luke is on the 10 of 4 along with Ray. And, yep, there we go. AJ concedes over to David. And that's it for that game. Back on our main table, Tyrannus and his Ventress come down with Dooku's lightsaber. And Image of the Dark Lord goes onto the docking bay. So now, even if he wanted to, Matt Thornton cannot drain. And then we're going to go check out the Mike Pistone, Matt Harrison trainer game. Old Allies versus CTT. It's still looking like it's a pretty close game based on what we're seeing. Mike Pistone is coming down to, with Greedo, Mighty Jabba, and Lady Proxima down to the Carbonite Chamber against Anakin and Finn. Jakku is pretty much invaded, and there's a first strike, so things are looking pretty good for Mike at this point. Not only is he going to be able to pay for the battle, but then he's going to be able to retrieve 2 with Scum and Villainy. With Anakin there, he doesn't have to pay for the battle, so he's going to be able to retrieve everything, and that's exactly what he does. Now, Finn is there, so whatever destiny Mike draws, it is going to be -2. But unfortunately for Mike, he's only got 2 cards left in his reserve deck, but that should be enough to get rid of at least one of the characters and maybe keep one of all of his stuff around. There's a 5 that should be reduced down to 3. It is from Matt. And another 5. So that's going to get rid of both of those characters there. As I believe Anakin is only... Yep, no, he's going to get rid of Anakin. If you're smart, though, with Matt, you get rid of both. There is a BB-8. BB-8 becomes 7.283919, yada, 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 yada. So that's going to clear at least 1 or 2 of those aliens out of there. Back on our feature table, Booster and Pulsar Skates comes down. For Matt Thornton to Tatooine. Matt trying to do what he can to stabilize. Mirix comes down, allowing him to flip again. So Mike Pistone will have to sacrifice multiple characters there, and not sure what Matt is going to do here, as Anakin has a forfeit of 8, while Finn does not. Greedo hits the lost pile. Anakin goes and leaves Finn all by himself, and there goes Kira. So Mike does have the ability to draw 2 battle destinies there, but will that be enough? Over on to our feature match. Again, we are in Matt Thornton's deploy phase. He just put Mirix down and took a card out of his use pile. And there's Kessel. Kessel finally hitting the table. And Rio Durant comes down as well. Still sitting at 4 games left in this round. We've only got 2 more games to go. Let us go ahead and check out this again. Let's go back to our Justin Kuruli versus Michael Morrison game. Again, Mind What You Have Learned versus Invasion. Again, things are looking really solid for Michael, as he throws down another gun onto all those droids sitting at the Jedi outskirt, the city outskirts. Another gun comes down. Oh, and another gun comes down. Justin Crowley has invaded Naboo, and there's a You'll Be Dead to enhance some more damage. Solo by himself against Tyrannus is not looking good. Over on our feature match, Matt runs from Tatooine over to Kessel, so now he can start hopefully draw or drain for 3 there. Michael initiates against Lando and Rey. Justin does retrieve with Lando there and adds 4 to Lando's power. But with all those guns, this could not be good for Justin Kuruli. P59 is going to attempt to shoot Lando. Draws a 5. That's going to hit Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. And Justin's going to have to lose 2 cards. There goes a Rebel Leadership and a Booster and Pulsar Skate out of Justin's from his use pile and his hand, respectively. A Battle Droid attempts to shoot Lando again. Draws a 4. Again, Lando is double hit now. Again, Lando does still retains his forfeit value. Oh, not anymore, as it's reduced by 4. So making sure that Rey is going to get off the table. Michael draws a 6 for his first battle destiny. And a 3 for the second one. Again, that's going to get rid of Rey off the table. Again, Justin is getting 2 destiny himself. Let's see what he draws. Draws a 5 for the first destiny. And that goes out of play. And draws BB-8 for the second one. So it's going to be 11, bringing his total up to 27. So that narrows the little bit. That makes that little bit of difference between the power. But again, Rey and Lando are going to go lost, and then Michael is going to just lose 2 guns and maybe 2 droids. So, but we'll see. Yep, there goes one of the guns. Lando is going to cover all the battle damage here. Unfortunately, though, Rey is not immune to attrition, so she is going to go to the lost pile as well. There goes the second gun back to the use pile for Michael. There goes Rey. Suspending I did it again. And now he is going to lose some battle droids. But you know what? Those battle droids, they go back to the droid racks. And that is going to end, and that's going to be it for Michael's battle phase. So let's go back to our feature match. Ben has deployed the Invisible Hand and Admiral Trench to it to Tatooine, threatening a drain of 2 there. This is after he drains for 3 at the Cantina. He drained for 3 at the Cantina, and I believe he also drained for... He attempted to drain at the Invisible Hand walkway, but Matt cancels it. And then he makes Matt lose 2 to put the Intimidator and Persecutor on the bottom of the use pile. So Matt is peeling cards to a lot there. Back in the Justin Kuruli versus Michael game, Darth Tyrannus initiates a fight against Solo. Michael draws a 5 And Justin draws a 6. Now, Darth Tyrannus is going to allow Michael to cancel and redraw that. So now let's see what Justin draws. He draws a 5. I do not believe that's going to crack Tyrannus' immunity. The out of commission combo will go to the lost pile, and Solo will go to the lost pile as well. Yep, Tyrannus is immune. Solo goes away. And Michael is going to be able to fight a little bit longer here. He's got 26 in his life force. Justin Kuruli sitting at 13. Okay, let's go back to our main game. Looks like Jared has gone over to the Mike Pistone versus Matt Harrison trainer game, so we don't have to really watch that one. Kendall is currently streaming the Tom versus Rebel Spy game, so the only other game that we really can watch is this Justin Kuruli versus Schmicky game. But at this point, it's not looking good for that one. In our feature game, again, it's not looking good. Pretty for Matt Thornton as well, unfortunately. He is draining for a 3 at Kessel. Ben is losing 3 cards to the drain at Kessel, and then that's all he's going to lose there. Okay, there's a drain of 1 at the docking bay. Again, because there are 2 smugglers there, it cannot be reduced. Oh, hell yeah. Again, Kendall is covering the Joe Olsen game. Okay, Dash Rendar coming down to Corellia. Let's see if he's going to move Dash Rendar over in front of the Invisible Hand. Again, with General Grievous on the table, that is going to get 2 Battle Destiny up there. The Outrider V that was just printed in set 18 is pretty strong. Power, maneuver, and immunity to attrition +1 for each card stacked on a useless gesture, up to 3. Well, guess what? There's 3 cards stacked on that useless gesture. So it is going to be power 9, maneuver 6, and immune to less than attrition, less than 5, because Ben is on the 7 side of his objective. Okay, it looks like the Joe Olsen versus Tom game has ended. We still got 3 other games going on as Jared is currently offline. Looks like Kendall is currently talking about some of the stuff that he's giving away. And Matt Thornton is continuing to fight. So Luke moves into the cantina. I do not know that. Tom beat Joe. Wow. Thank you for the update. Rentable pop-up. Okay, I gotta ask. You are... Just out of curiosity. But again, back to our game. Ben versus Matt. Luke is sitting at the cantina. Matt is down to 9 cards in Life Force. And funny enough, we have a little bit of a comic moment. He wants to activate a little less and asking for a revert. Matt should definitely allow this, as he had quite a few of reverts himself. Tom, not even kind of close. Wow. So Tom beat Joe Olsen, and it wasn't close. So Tom is still sitting undefeated. Let's see. Then we still have, let's go check out this JC versus Smicky game really quick. Let's see what's going on with that one. We are in the control phase for Ben, so he is going to be draining here. Over onto, we have a fight at the Naboo system between the wild card and the blockade flagship, as well as a little droid fighter. And Justin is down to his last 10 cards in Life Force and 4 in hand. Michael is sitting at 4 in hand and 23 in Life Force. So again, not looking the best of situations there for Justin Kuruli. In our feature match, again, Ben is drained. He drained for 2 at the hallway. Drains for... Yep. Matt forgot to play Ultimatum, so it was a drain of 3 and a drain of... yeah, just a drain of 3 after forgetting to play Ultimatum. So... And Vader coming down finally to the Mos Eisley, the new virtual Mos Eisley. Let's see if Vader gets a saber. He does. He's really good with sabers. Still the best version of Darth Vader. I don't care what anybody says at this point. And the card that should have won the best virtual card image over that disgusting looking objective on the verge of greatness. Full alarm comes down as well. Will allow Ben to start to recycle some cards that he's got in his hand. The invisible hand flies over to Kessel to block that drain. And that should be the end of Ben's turn. Looking back at the Justin Kuruli versus Michael. He is in his control phase. He drains for 2 at the city outskirts. We're going to see a lot of drains here for Michael. And I am almost going to guess that this is going to be probably the end for Justin Kuruli, as he is peeling off the top of his deck. Drained for 1 at the throne room, 2 at the generator core, and then 2 at the outskirts. Michael is taking cards off of the droid racks. And looks like Matt Thornton did concede over to Ben, so Ben is victorious. Let's go ahead and make this last game. Oh, nope. We have a concession from Justin Kuruli. So the only game that we're still watching, and it doesn't look like anybody is streaming besides me, is this Matt Harrison Trainer versus Mike Pistone game. Looks like Matt has stabilized a little bit and is sitting at 17 in life force to Mike Pistone's 22. Let's go ahead and bring that up as our main game. We are in Pistone's control phase. He does drain at the, let's see, he did drain at the audience chamber, and he did drain at Jakku, then he retrieved a few. And there is Erica V coming down in front of Jin Ursa to block that drain of 1 at the dungeon. Mike is going to initiate a fight here. Did have to pay. He is going to be able to retrieve 1 with the first strike, but he's not going to be able to retrieve with Scum and Villainy. Okay, draws a Matt Harrison Trainer, loses Proxima. Erica goes to the lost pile, and Jin also goes to the lost pile as well. Let's see. Looks like U3PO is chilling here over here. He is stolen, so he is no longer blocking any drains or anything. And Pistone will concede over to MHT. So congrats to MHT on his victory. And yeah. So that's all for round 4. Let's go ahead and wait for Jerry to get round 5 up and running. As soon as he does, we'll have 2 more games of Star Wars action today. Just as a reminder, Mike Kessling took the first group today. He won after a little bit of issues with Gemp. But congrats to Mike for advancing out of that group. Let's see. Do we have the final standings for that group? Let's see. Taco Bill. Final standings. Mike Kessling, followed by Chris Kelly and Timo Dussel. Justin Desai rounded out. Justin Desai was 4. Tom Hay was 5. Pat Johnson at 6. And Magnus Christensen at 7. Top 8 was rounded out by Jason Rendell. So a lot of good play today. Mike Kessling went, I believe, 6-0. Chris Kelly and Timo Dussel both went 5-1. Justin Desai, Tom Hayde, Pat Johnson, and Magnus all went 4-2. Jason, William Batchelor, Greg Shaw, Jaron Waters, Justin Mishiro, Carl Koenig, Anthony Howard, Cedric all went 3-3, and so forth. So again, thanks. Congrats to everybody. So congrats to Mike Kessling for advancing out of that one. Again, Mike, Chris Kelly, Timo, and Justin Desai will all get Player of the Year points, I believe. Yeah, Kessling's been on a really good run. He topped he topped what 4 at the NPC. He played really well at Nationals last year. Performed really well at the Jump PC this year. At the Endor Grand Prix, he came in 3rd in the Constellation. So he did win some money, so that's pretty good on him. And yeah, so Mike's been on a nice little run here. But let's see who is going to take the top game. So our top match we have in Game 5, Tom Struthers versus Brett Bailey. That, again, is Tom's Coruscant CRV deck. If we want to see that, we'll go ahead and stream that one. David Woods versus Ben Hedlum. Again, we just saw Ben beat Matt Thornton. Matt Harrison Trainer versus Michael Morrison. We just saw him. Michael beat Justin Kuruli. Oh, no. Wait. We have a wait. 2 drops that just occurred. So, nobody start your games. We have 2 drops occur. So, we're going to stand by on those again. In the meantime, so again, those were the our top games. Looks like we had 1 game already start, though. So, again, Jared has to go back and redo the pairings. As soon as those are up, we'll let you guys know. Sorry, I had to yell at Brad Reinhold there to stop playing because he doesn't pay attention to anybody. So again, Jared is repairing all the games. So as soon as we get those started. Okay, so Brett versus Tom, Matt versus Ben, Bill versus Chris Hall. Thornton versus David Woods. So now let's go with table 3. Bill Kaeper versus Okay, so I'm going to take the Kaeper versus Joker King game. Again, both these players are on the cusp. Both of them only have one loss. I think the only undefeated at this point is Tom Struthers, so... So this is a... wait, wrong game. Old Allies versus Dooku, Revenge of the Sith. So again, Jared is going to be streaming. So if you want to check out that game, he is currently doing the first match, or table one, Tom versus... Tom versus Brett Bailey. So, but Revenge of the Sith, Dooku Edition versus Old Allies. This is going to be a good one. Again, we're going to give away some more stuff this round, so make sure you guys are staying tuned. I'm not sure, but Kendall is going to be joining us, but I know Jared will be joining us here momentarily. I asked him to upload the standings, so hopefully he'll do that, so we can let you guys know who is what. But it looks like he is going to try and get ready to watch, to do commentary on his game. Okay, so right now, standings are Tom Struthers sitting at 8, being undefeated. Brett Bailey also undefeated. Matt Harrison Trainer, Bill Kaeper, Joe Olson, Ben Hedlum, David Woods, Michael Morrison, Chris Hall, and Mike Pistone all at all sitting at 3-1. AJ, Kyle Krueger, Matt Thornton, Brad Reinhold, Al, Matt Kuruli, Andy Wexton, Justin and Andy, all at 2-2. Justin Kuruli, John Mcfarland, Logan, Steven Scorlock, all at 1-3. And then Chad, Bentley, Truman, and John all at 0-4. So those are the current standings. So if you're interested, that's why we're playing this 3-1. Jared again is doing our top table. We're currently at 2 undefeated players. And here we are. So let's see. Bill got out Admiral Trench to his 2-0. Rose goes back into Chris Hall's deck. He gets Poe Dameron, Calrissian, and Akbar both on board the Falcon. Ray hops on in as well. Yeah, I know. I'm fixing that. So again, Ray, Calrissian, and Radis all onto the Falcon. Trench onto the 2-0 site. So there we go. Right now we're going to have tables 1, 3, and 6 all being streamed. Again, trying to get a little bit of variance in here on our streamings today. But we'll see what happens. So there we go. The Falcon takes off with Ray, Admiral Radis, and General Calrissian. Again, your standard first turn for Old Allies. there is Lord Sidious, a Bill Kaeper special card. Going down to the village. He also equips Sidious's lightsaber. And Count Dooku coming down. And there's a Dooku Saber coming down as well. So that's pretty solid turn for Bill. Again, he is going to be taking down a drain of 2 at Jakku. But at this point, he is threatening drains of 3 and 3 on next turn. Okay, there's a control tunnel vision from Joker King. He is going to take a card out of his force pile, and then he is going to drain for 2. There's a Rise of the Sith from Bill from his hand, and he also is going to lose Gick off the top of his reserve deck. That's not a card you want to lose. Joker King's got 15 cards in his force pile, so let's see what he wants to do with those. Anakin going down in front of Lord Sidious. Dash in Rogue 12 to flip Joker King. Thank you. And Poe Dameron coming down as well. Again, that Dooku is immune to attrition less than 6 right now. And Chris is threatening 2... he's threatening 2 Battle Destinies with that Poe Dameron on the Rogue 12. So this could be very bad for Bill. And again, Chris is flipped, so he's going to be able to subtract 2 from whatever destiny he wants. And here we go. We have a fight at the outpost. Dooku is going to pull a forced push from his hand. Now, fortunately, Bill cannot use it just yet. Well, he could, but I don't think he wants to. Okay, draws a 4 for his destiny. And a 4. That's going to get rid of Dooku with a power of 18. Bill currently down by 13. And Bill draws a 0. That's not what you want to draw. That is not at all what you want to draw there, Mr. Kaeper. Because we know that your Gick is in your lost pile, and you're about to take some overflow, sir. I believe you're going to take 5 in overflow. Just as a reminder, right after this game, we're going to do this round. We're going to do the drawing for the Lime Dragon Shield sleeves. So we're going to have a winner right after that. So Bill is going to lose some cards. He's going to lose the Blockade Flagship Bridge. He loses Seal off the bridge. Land and Dope Break combo. Coarse and Rough and Interrogating. And an Imbalanced combo. And Dooku will go to the lost pile. That is not good. So again, if you're interested in getting a set of Dragon Shield sleeves, all you got to do to enter is follow this. Name all 12 original V cards. Email the answer over to holotheater@starwarsccg.org, and we'll get you those sleeves sent out this week. Anakin runs away from Lord Sidious, and Chris will draw some cards, ending his turn. So Jared is currently streaming over on his channel. Kendall is streaming on his channel, and we are currently streaming over here. Oh, that would help. Okay, so Bill is going to drain at the village. Chris loses a free ride combo, Lost in the Wilderness, and Rogue 3. Lost in the Wilderness, not a card we see a lot of these days. I know Kyle Krueger ran it at Endor, though, so I ran into that first round. And here we go, the Invisible Hand coming down to Jakku. Newt Gunray hops aboard as a pilot. Oh, I'm sorry. He is a passenger. Yeah, Bill asking in the chat if site to bridge from the site to the bridge of the ship is a free move. I believe so it is. And there is Allegiant General Pride hopping out onto the Invisible Hand. Again, if you're paying attention to Jared's stream right now, he just gave away a token. We're going to do another token here, actually right now. It is going to be Lord Sidious. So if you're doing the sticker book program, make sure you send out if you are paying attention to the sticker book program, we are giving away more entrances into that, and the token for right now is going to be Lord Sidious, a card designed by Bill Kaeper. Okay. So, Lord Santeca comes down in front of Lord Sidious. The Lightmaker comes down as well. The Lightmaker will cancel any immunity to attrition there. BB-8 hops down. So, looks like Chris is going to do something with that Lord Sidious. As he's also got the tools to fight the Invisible Hand. Anakin slides on over. And dash in Rogue 12 as well. And that will end Chris's turn. So let's go see some of the other games that we are watching right now. Currently, like I said, Jared is watching Game 1. Game 6 is being covered by Kendall Hallman. Let's go check out Ben versus MHT. I know both of those players have been on stream, so it is a WAP versus Rops match. I think Rops is favored greatly in this match, actually, as he is playing Imperial Decree, and he does have 2 cards in the Sand Effect. But I will never turn down a chance to play a WAP deck, so we are on MHT's turn 3. He is flipped. Actually, both players are flipped, and both players have cards on the Sand Effect, so interesting situation there. We move into Ben's next turn. Let's go back to our main game as Bill is starting to load up some stuff on to the Invisible Hand. There is General Grievous onto the Invisible Hand. That will actually add another Destiny for Bill. So with General Pride there and Grievous and Newt Gunray, that's going to be 4 Destiny. Finn reacts to the battle aboard the Falcon. Now, Bill has to be careful here because if Chris has the, I think I'm getting pretty good at this, that would be 2 extra battle damage, or 2 extra battle destinies for Chris here. Nope, even better, he's got Punch It. Punch It makes the Falcon immune to attrition, and it adds 2 destiny as Lando is flying it. There's an Imperial command from Bill, so he can limit Chris down to 1 destiny. Let's go ahead and check on the Joe Olsen versus Michael game. Really quick, let's go. I'm going to bring it up. It's Yoda Communing versus Invasion. Again, a deck that we don't see a lot of. Again, Bill is getting 4 destiny here. Draws a 3, a 6. And it's reduced down to 4, but still a 4 is pretty solid. It's also reduced down to a 3, so 2 3s right in a row essentially for Bill. 5 is played. It was drawn, and he still has 1 more to go. And a Sith Fury, so that is going to bring his total up to 15. That is going to get rid of some characters there for Chris Hall. Chris plays All Wings combo as his substitute, and there is a sense. Chris does have the Do It or Not shield, so Bill will have to lose 2 here. Draws a 5, so that will allow the All Wings combo to be sensed. It is going to go to the lost pile. But again, now Chris is only going to be reduced down to 1 destiny. There goes a We Must Accelerate Our Plan that he drew for the Sense Destiny, and a You Are Beaten from his hand. And Chris draws a 4. So Bill does win the battle, and he has to lose Newt Gunray. Chris, on the other hand, has to lose 15 in attrition here. Now, again, the Falcon is immune, so all he's going to have to do is lose the Lightmaker, and that is what happened. You can imagine that Bill is going to move Lord Sidious away. And with the BB-9E on the table, he blocks the pain damage from BB-8. Okay, real quick, let's go into this Joe Olsen versus Michael Morrison game. Invasion versus Yoda communing. As you can see, Darth Maul, Lord Lone Hunter, is facing down Luke, Mace Windu, and Rey all at the throne room. Michael is on the flip side, and it is in Joe's turn, so this could be either good or bad for Michael. I mean, he does have the Phantom Menace on the table, so Maul is immune to attrition, and he has power +2 to his defense value. But there is still a lot of power there at the throne room. And Joe has 10 cards in hand, so he's got a lot he can do here. Chris drains for 1 at the village. Bill loses the Force Lightning from his hand. Chris checking out his destinies and searching for a site with his objective. No site, so Bill will get a free verify. And we are in Chris's turn. He is checking out some stuff. Seeing about what he wants to do here. Again, with BB-9E on the table, he is blocking the damage from BB-8. Chris lands the Falcon in front of Lord Sidious. Admiral Radis slides on over with Anakin, Lord Santeca. Lord moves as well. Again, the Falcon is on the 0 side. It will need to be on the 7 side if it wants to do any damage this turn. Okay, BB-8 moves away, and his game text is restored. Chris does remember to flip the Falcon, and he has 12 cards he can draw, so... But he is going to take a drain of 2 at Jakku. Really quick, let's go back to that Joe Olsen versus Smicky game. Joe does initiate a battle, again, with Luke, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Anakin Skywalker against Rune Heiko and a battle droid, as Darth Tyrannus is currently clashed. Luke was at the throne room, but Joe played Run Luke Run to move Luke over. Rune Heiko is hit, forfeit 0 because of Luke's saber. Joe puts Leia's blaster rifle back, or plays Leia's blaster rifle from his hand into his lost pile to get Clash of Sabers back. This could be very bad for Schmicky. Joe draws a 6 for his battle destiny, bringing his total up to 21. Schmicky draws a 6, bringing him up to 14. He's still going to be down by a little bit. He draws another 6. Unfortunately, his total battle destiny is 0 because of Luke. That new Master Luke is pretty nasty, if I do say so myself. There goes a battle droid to the racks. And hopefully Schmicky has a Gick. Or it. No, he does not. He is taking 15 in overflow. That is a bad sequence of events for Mr. Schmicky. But if you're a fan of Joe Olsen, you like to see that as he just deals 15 in overflow. Let's go back to our main game. Yep, Schmicky concedes over to Joe, so congratulating Joe on that insane beatdown. So Joe Olsen will go to 4-1 on today. Bill deploys Count Dooku and moves BB-9E over in front of BB-8. Grievous hops down. With both Admiral Trench and Allegiant General Pride on the invisible hand. While we're in Bill's draw phase, let's go check out another game. Let's check out this David Woods versus Matt Thornton game. Again, they are on the top tables. They are table number 5 to be exact. Both these players, I believe, are still. I believe both of them are 3-1. Yeah, both of them are 3-1. No, Matt Thornton is 2-2, while David Woods is 3-1. And apparently Mike Pistone has beat down Brad Reinhold, and Brad is going to drop. Okay, again, we are in Chris's turn. Again, if he wants to drain here, he would have to pay to drain, as he does not occupy a battleground system. But here we go. Leia's Resistance Transport comes down to Jakku. Really quick, let's go back to that David Woods, Matt Thornton game. A loaded up Emperor shuttle against the Outrider. Imperial Command limits. Again, this was Matt drawing Destiny here. The Emperor shuttle doesn't look like he's got really much. Doesn't look like he's got an Emperor on there, so he is only getting 1 Destiny. And I believe both of those ships are not immune. And David is taking 9 in damage, though. And there is Rose coming down. Just to let everybody know, Bill messaged me, showing me. So when he lost that beatdown on turn 2, he had the Masterful Move combo in his hand. Unfortunately for him, the one card he lost was the Gick off the top of his deck. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. So we just saw that Matt Thornton could have played his starting effect or starting interrupt from his loss pile to add one to the immunity to the Outrider, and he wouldn't have to lose anything. But that's, again, just knowing your deck before you play. But again, he was able to get rid of some characters off of the Emperor Shuttle. But unfortunately, he did have to run away to Kessel. So he is going to take a drain of 2 there. He does then play the card from his lost pile, so he plays the Control and Tunnel Vision. So, Justin Desai joins us today. Justin had a pretty good day this morning. I believe you went 5-1 essentially, or was it 4-2? Okay. Wedge goes on to the Falcon. Again, during Chris Hall's turn. Chris taking his good time here. Leia and Admiral Satora are on the transport. So that would be 2. That would actually be only 1 destiny up there for Chris Hall. So I'm not really fond of him battling there. I like putting him there, but not battling. Okay, so he does go 4-2. Tom is currently, Tom is cruising right now. He's 4-0. He's currently playing on Jared's stream, and I don't know if he is going to win that. It's currently Shadow Collective versus Qui-Gon Community, and looking pretty good for Tom. And the best part is, like, if Tom wins here, he's got to play with his dark side next, so. Okay, let's go see what else we got going on right now. Joelson just won, so he is currently 4-1. Mike Pistone beat Brad Reinhold. Let's go check on Matt Kuruli. He is playing a variant of the Tom deck versus an Anakin Skywalker Saga deck. So let's go ahead and let me check that. And we go into that one, and we are mid-fight. Matt Kuruli is fighting with fighting Count Dooku with Lord Maul against a General Kenobi at the 3rd marker. And again, on our main game right now, Chris is just moving around stuff, so it's good to go check out other games while there's actual action going on. Kenobi is going to be swung at by Lord Maul. Draws a 10. He draws a 10. Why draw a 6 or a 7 when you can draw a 10? And he draws a 2. Oh, that's insane. So Kenobi is hit and forfeit equals 0. Don't see a Phantom Menace on the table, though. What? No. Well, now I got to message Scott because he just did a nice thing and it makes me all buttery. AJ does have the Hojix, so he is going to be able to fight another day. Let's see. He drew a 0 for Destiny, so Maul and Dooku get to live. That's zeros are just bad for people today. So, Matt looking pretty good after that nice little battle there. Back in our feature game, let's go back into that one really quick. Bill has deployed Forlom and Amara Jade with lightsaber in front of Anakin and Rose. Attempts to pull a card with Evil is Everywhere. Unfortunately, there is no cards there. Bill pointing out what his destinies are: a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. Glad to see Bill is doing that. Newt Gunray gets redeployed down to the Invisible Hand, and Bill will initiate a fight. However, Chris has Keep Your Eyes Open, so no weapons can be fired in this fight. Bill utilizing Forlom's game text, not the part to fire, but the part to draw a card. Again, we know that he has a 2, a 5, a 4, a 2, 3, 4, 5. So wondering what Bill drew into his hand there. Hopefully for Bill, it was the 2 and not the 5. Chris puts Walkling out of play to retrieve the Keep Your Eyes Open, and Bill draws the 2. That's just rough luck. And there is the escape pod. Bill plays always 2 there are to set the destiny back down to 2. Bill Kaeper, go figure, Bill Kaeper using a Bill Kaeper designed card. Bill saying that they wouldn't let him design it with twice per game. Definitely a nifty little card that I wish would see a little bit more play. Okay, let's see what else got going on. Looks like Kendall is done for the evening, so thank you to Kendall for coming in. Again, looks like it's going to be Jared and I finishing out the last round. Let's go see what else is going on really quick. So we've got a lot of the top tables are pretty much finished at this point, but let's go ahead and check out David versus Matt Thornton. Again, David is on at table number 5, and Matt. So Matt and David are currently sitting at table number 5, and we do have some actions. We're on to David's deploy phase. We got Chewie and Han both at the third marker with a few walkers and a few stormtroopers there. Again, things are looking pretty rough for Matt Thornton at this point. And here we go. Another battle. I believe Han is adding a destiny with Chewie, so and there's a Leia Rebel Princess coming down for free as a react. So Han, Chewie, and Leia all at the third marker, and Matt Thornton is getting 3 destiny there. Back in our feature table, Joker King has initiated a battle against Lord Sidious, General Grievous, and Count Dooku. He is getting 2 destiny, and here we go into destiny for that battle. Draws a 1 for the first destiny. And he draws a 5 for the second destiny. So it is going to be a 7, bringing his total up to 21. Bill draws a 4 to bring his total up to 20. However, Chris can cancel that with Wedge Antilles, Red Squadron leader. And Bill will have to lose Count Dooku after the end of that fight. Joker King will play Fall into Legend, so he's going to take a card into his hand. And now we have another fight from Joker King at the village. Anakin and Rose versus Mara Jade with lightsaber. Also, on our secondary match, we can see that Matt Thornton just lost Chewie to that battle. David lost Sergeant Eskel and Moff Gideon as well. So, didn't draw high enough to get rid of any more characters. So, it is looking like David is going to squeak out a win here with that one. So, let's go back to our main table as Joker King draws a... He plays Keep Your Eyes Open, losing Poe Dameron to make it so that Mara can't fire. And he draws a 6 for Destiny. He drew a second copy of Keep Your Eyes Open. It became a 5. And Joker King is going to subtract 3. So... Mara Jade's going to go to the lost pile. And Rose Tico goes to the lost pile for Chris. Let's see. Will Joker King initiate any more fights here? I'm not sure. Let's go check out this Hunt Down Hyperdrive V deck versus Shadow Collective with Justin Kuruli. I know they're towards the bottom, but Hyperdrive V is fun. Looks like Justin is playing a little bit of space in his deck. He's got the Slave 1 Symbol of Fear over at Camino. However, Steven has the Junkyard occupied as well as the bar. So he is draining for 2 at the bar, and he is draining for 2 at the Junkyard. So, still a pretty evenly based game. I mean, Justin is doing 7 points of damage, while Steven is doing 5 points of damage on the opposite side. And again, it is during Steven's turn. He is draining for 2 at the First Light bar. He does have to pay, though, so that is kind of bad. And he also drained for the Junkyard for 2, and Justin did stack a card there. So, but let's go back to our main game as Bill just deploys Count Dooku down in front of Laura Santeca and BB-8. So he does initiate a fight here. Draws a Battle Destiny of 6. It is unfortunately going to become a 4 here, as Joker King is going to subtract 2 from it. And Chris will draw a 4. It will become 10 total power for him, and Bill is going to have to lose a card. Now, again, Dooku is immune, but Bill still has to lose 1 card here. And there goes Laura Santeca for Chris. Going back to that Steven versus Justin Kuruli game, we see an Acclamator class assault ship going down to Camino, as well as Rick in the Queen's Royal Starship. I believe that's going to be pretty good there. Let's see. I think you get... Yep. He is going to be getting 2 Destiny up there in space, as we'll need a new one is on the table for Steven. So the Rick in Queen's Royal Starship does add 1. So not a bad little situation for there. He checks out his Destiny. He's got 5 cards left in his reserve deck. Let's see. Looks like Justin has Dryden Boss, Balatik, and Jango Fett all up there in space. So, not multiple Destinies, but still good enough. And he just drops those ships and takes and ends his turn. He does draw 1, though. So let's go back to our main game, where it is Chris's turn again. Bill decided to move away from the Falcon and the Rogue 12. So he is going to take down a drain of 2 at the Starship Graveyard. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 games are currently being played. Let's go check out this one really quick. The Skywalker Saga Luke versus Walkers. So 2 players playing Walkers in Group B. Luke sitting at the 3rd marker, and some other Walkers down there at Hoth as well. Logan versus... Can never remember names. I'm terrible. John. Logan versus John. John is the dark side player. Logan is the light side player. Logan does have a bigger force or loss pile, though. Chris deploys Leia of Alderaan onto General Leia. Not sure if she works in space or not, but I could be wrong. So again, we'll come back to that game here in a second, because looks like we're going to have some action here in our main match. And we did just have a game end. It looks like it was... I don't know game. And here we go. Joker King initiates a fight. Both players are getting 3 Destiny here. Looks like both players also have an Admiral on the table. Let's see. I think Joker King's got Admiral Satora, and it looks like Admiral Trench is there for Bill. Leia of Alderaan. It will cancel General Pride's game text, so that's going to reduce the number of battle Destinies that Bill gets down to 3. He adds one with Newt Gunray there. And there's a leadership. So now Bill's not going to be able to draw more than one. And Bill has decided he is going to give up, and Joker King will win that game. So congrats to Joker King for taking down Bill Kaeper. Let's go ahead and see what other games are going on. Let's see who Jared is casting right now. He is doing the Hyperdrive game, so we're not going to go into that one. We're going to go into Thornton versus David Woods. And while we're here, let's do our last token for the day. Oh, no, I already did a token. So, yeah, I'm going to give away the sleeves here as soon as this is done. So, again, this is probably going to be your last chance for the sleeves. If you want the sleeves, make sure you enter. That's all you got to do for a chance to win these beautiful lime green Dragon Shield sleeves. And then we'll give away some more stuff here in the next round as well. Looks like there is Vader coming down. It's going to cancel Han's game text, and that's going to limit the number of battle destinies that Matt is going to have here. So things are not looking good for Mr. Thornton. He's only going to have one destiny there. And we do have another fight. Walker's going to cancel. So both our characters there for Matt Thornton have their game text canceled. So nobody has any immunity to attrition. The only saving grace is David is only getting one battle destiny, but so is Matt. David draws a 5 for his destiny. We still have one more round. And Matt draws a 1. It looks like the Blizzard Scout Walker is not immune. But, yep. The Blizzard Scout Walker is not immune. David will retrieve one with the Imperial Enforcement. And Matt is going to have to lose possibly both of those characters there. Yep, he retrieves Moff Gideon into his deck. And just as another game ends, so we have 2 games left. We have this one, and we have the one that Jared Napolitano is currently streaming on his channel. He is doing the Justin Kuruli versus Steven Scorlock game. Okay, so there goes Han with heavy blaster pistol. Let's see if Matt decides to lose Leia. No, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to play an interrupt from Lost Pile to play Where's Han? That one... Oh, so if you just lost a gambler, take that gambler in the hand. So Han is a gambler, and now he can take... So he takes Han back into his hand. Nice little maneuver there. So, I mean, he does have to pay 2 for it, but he does get Han back. I took like a hour and a half break earlier today, but that's pretty much been it. This started at 4 a.m. my time. It's currently 7 p.m. So it's been, what, 13 hours? So I've been doing this for 11 and a half hours. So Leia's game text comes back as we go into David's move phase. Let's see what he's going to do here. Now, Matt did lose 4 to the Overflow. He lost a Luke Skywalker, Clash of Sabers, Effective Repairs combo, and Blasted Orchid. Has it been 15 hours? So 4 to noon is 8. Yeah, you're right. So I've been doing this for 13 and a half hours. Yeah, I did the math now. Okay, so that's a question I can answer. Almost bedtime. I wish. So, my stuff is being picked up the 16th of May. And then I'm getting the boxes the 16th of May. The stuff is being shipped out on the 20th. I'm leaving between the 23rd and the end of the month. I will be at Worlds. Not sure if I'm going to play or not, so we'll see. Okay, Thornton puts Walkling out of play, so he's going to retrieve Blastador Kid. Expect to get bitten then? Okay, now I saw it. I mean, I appreciate the offer of you biting me, but that's not my forte there, sir. Okay, Blizzard 4, he pays for the upkeep on the Blizzard 4, so it's going to stick around for a little bit. Still got, like I said, we still got 2 games going on, Justin Kuruli versus Steven Scorlock, and this game right here. Again, if you're thinking about dropping after game 5, I would say just stick it out and then concede if you want. The only reason is you want those participation prizes. They're pretty good. I think, I don't know what Jared said they were again. Let me check on those really quick. But participation prizes at this point, why not? Let's see. Tangible prizes. PC20 logo stickers. 2 random PC XL deck boxes. You have to be a full participant for those, so they're going to be randomly given out. And then, yeah, Gemp foils, random giveaway, full participant, a full set of PC20 sleeves. So that's pretty cool right there, too. Like, I would definitely have stuck around just for those. Okay. On Matt Thornton's turn, he is going to he's going to use Control Tunnel Vision again to take a card out of his force pile. Not sure what he's going to take here. And once this game is over, Even if you're playing and you're watching, if you want to enter, all you got to do is tell me what the 12 original V cards were in an email to holotheater at starwarsccg.org, and you get entered to win some free sleeves. Like, I bought those last night, so these aren't from the PC, so I want them to go to somebody who's going to appreciate them. So if you want a chance to win them, make sure you enter right now. And again, we're still going to do some stickers, some token gives away. Going to give away some Get AI packs and some to be determined foil AI card. Okay, so Han comes down in front of Blizzard 1, and it looks like the motion is on that Veers, so his game text is canceled. Rio Durant, so that way he can get a second Battle Destiny. Yeah. Okay, so again, Kendall is done for today, so it's going to be just myself and Jared on the last game. So whoever's the top table, I'll stream that one. And there is another trample. Leia goes to the lost pile. I'm a little surprised that he didn't play the trample. Like, I don't think you needed to trample Leia. I think you would, if you would have trampled like Rio Durant or Han there, it would have just blown out your opponent. And Matt is going to draw some cards and pass turn. Again, he's got 12 cards left in his life force. David is also has 12 cards left in his life force. But judging by the board state, David's going to cause Matt to lose 2, 3, 4 next turn. I only got 8. Come on, Joe. You should know where they are. Well, first of all, I showed them on Holo Theater. Just as a hint, Joe, the fusion generators count for both sides. You're missing... Okay. So, let's see. You got the Vader, you got the Bozchek, you got the Prophetess. You're missing a light side ship and 2 weapons. Yeah, there was a dark side fusion generator supply tank. So you're missing a light side ship and 2 weapons. There you go, Kyle. There's 1. Nope, red 1 is not on there. Nope. There you go. Justin's got one. Okay, assault rifles. So Joe is I'll give it to Joe's missing one more. Now gold leader gold one is correct. And Matt Thornton will concede as he just as Han was just trampled. So that is the end of that game. Again, Justin versus Steven is currently being streamed on the on Jared's stream channel. So I'm going to pull up the random number generator. I will give Joe 2 minutes. I'll give Joe 2 minutes to email me. Even if, you know what, everybody in the anybody who wants to be entered for the sleeves, if you want entered, just say I. Yeah, Hans Blaster. There you go. Wayne, you're in. Justin Desai, you're in. Hey, Dorsh, who are you? Well, Chris is entered, so if you win, you're getting them. Oh, you're entered. Okay, that's it. Entrances are closed. We have 13 people. Like I did before, I'm going to spin the dice, roll the dice, see how many times we're going to spin the wheel, and then that's how many going to be, and then after I spin the wheel that many times, it's going to be whoever gets the number. 12 times. Okay. So we have 13 people again entered on this one. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and our final spin to determine who wins these shields is Matt Harrison Trainer. They're dragon shields. No, they're dragon sleeves. Me, I personally got these ones. They're still sealed. So, why did I close that? Okay, so we still have one more game going on right now. Again, Jared is covering that one over on his channel. It is Justin Kuruli versus Steven Scorlock. So make sure you go ahead and check on his game right now. Still looks fairly close, as you can tell by the life force. Okay, so I'm going to step out for just a second, and then I'll be back once we get Game 6 ready to go. So make sure you guys stay tuned. I still got some more stuff to give away today, including Jip AI packs and a to-be-determined foil. So we'll be back right after a short break. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Glad to see that we got our last. This is the last round, everybody. Congrats and great job doing it, getting here. So I'm going to be taking the Tom Struther versus Matt Harrison trainer game. Again, Tom is playing his insanely good, insanely strong Dark Side deck, and I believe if he wins this, he's undefeated. So let's see what happens. Not sure what. And then we have also, like I said, so Jared's going to be still streaming, and I believe James Martin are also. He's also hopping on. Okay, Matt Harrison trainer versus Tom. Old Allies versus Coruscant CRV Destiny. I'm going to draw Destiny 9s all day. So let's see what happens in this last match of the PC event. Again, we're going to give away some stuff. And yeah, it's going to be a fun little game. Yeah, and I want to thank everybody for sticking around today. It has been lots of fun, and glad to say we got everybody. We got to game 6. So we're going to be covering the top 3 tables here today. On this last round, Jared is covering the Joe versus David Woods, and James is covering Chris Hall versus Brett Bailey. So again, that is our top 3 tables. Kyle Krueger is on our top 4 tables versus Mike Morrison. Ben versus Mike Pistone. Steven Scorlock versus Matt Kuruli. Matt Thornton versus Al. AJ versus John Mcfarland. Chad versus Justin Kuruli. And Logan versus Bentley Boyd. So this is our last round, everybody. So make sure you get in and watch these last few games of the day. So again, here we go. Tom getting out his, he's already got his Coruscant system out. He's got the sewers. He's got Chisor's Palace. And wow, right off the bat, he's got the 3rd marker and the force clearings. That's pretty big. So let's see what Matt is going to be able to do against all of that. So on turn 2, Tom is going to have he's going to be activating 14 on his next turn. And that's without MHT doing anything. Tom saves 7 cards in his force pile here. That's so it's a pretty good start all around there for Tom.